Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we all. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion of our Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey yo, hey yo,
All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and shout out to Brother Tavis for that song, Soul of a Warrior. I mean, that's just straight up our cut. We just get it in on that. Every time we play it, absolutely just love it. So thanks so much, brother, for allowing us to use it. So tonight is May 19th. We have a great show planned for you. We are on part 8 of our series with Brother Odel, The Age of Ascension. So y'all know how we do if you've been rocking with us. Brother Odel, our cousin from across the pond, who's also, St. Kitts. So he got that split bloodline, also St. Kitts, and from the UK. So our cousin from across the pond, he will be joining us. So he is in the UK, so his time is like 6 or 7 hours ahead of us. Okay, so when he gets on here, he gets on here. So this series with Brother Odel, let me hit record because I've been
recording in progress
with an attitude if something goes on. But with this particular series, it's gonna be twofold. Y'all know how we roll. He started out the series. We got deep into the astrology side of what's really going on. What's all this talk about ascension and pole flipping, and he went into details about that astrological clock. And for those that didn't know, unveil that there were actually 13 astrology signs, not 12. Ophiuchus is the 13th. And how, and I guess some can say it was still 12 because they really added the Libra sign in there as well. Okay, so we got into that. He still has some part to finish up with that because it's still a little piece that we need you all to know about. So y'all know how we do. I don't know how we got on the topic. The subject came up. So we had to go back a little bit and remind people how this system was set up and the reason it was set up and how it is capturing folks from a spiritual perspective as well as the physical perspective, how they're doing it and what they're really doing. Okay, so this week we're going to get into these wars a little bit more, and we're going to talk about the real reason behind the wars. And of course, it's going to tie back to business. Like all of these things do, it ties back to business. Last week he showed you how the corporation, the United States of America, is not a sovereign nation. And we got into what they have folks paying their taxes for, how it's going back to the UK based on the wars that were fought. So, in other words, if you know the story of how Haiti is still paying France money for war debt, it's no different than what they did in the United States. Okay, so now, of course, we all know this is fraud. What I got to do with what went on back up in the day, I ain't made no arrangement, no agreement with no one. Okay, so we're going to pick back up on that this week, but we're going to get on the war side of things as well. So shout out to Brother Odel. Again, fam, the purpose of us doing this, we want you all to fully be aware of the con game that has been going on for centuries. It's at every level. Okay? That's the purpose of us doing this. And not only that, we want you to be armed with the information so people that you encounter that's trying to, sell you packages or loop you into groups, that you will truly understand, you will be able to dissect the information that they are giving you and either set them straight, either don't be bothered at all, and hopefully walk away. Okay, because gone are the days of scamming and misinforming people, and that's on any level. When we talk about the age of Aquarius, all of that is a part of it. None of this hidden information anymore. None of this gatekeeping anymore. None of this, I'm the savior, therefore you have to go through me to get XYZ 1, 2, 3. All of that is deadened. You've had the power all along, and so now it's time for you to truly step up and take control of your own destiny. Okay? All right, so with that said, let's give a shout out to the family chat. So shout out to Son Scotty, shout out to RDT, shout out to Ncast Vibes, shout out to Nisi Poo, shout out to Sis Divinity, shout out to Sis Sandra, shout out to Copper Color Libra, shout out to Queen Ottawa, shout out to I'm Born Here, and shout out to Mike Premier. They look at the Nightbot all up in here early. Shout out to Lance Ward. Shout out to Superior Minds. Shout out to Sheba. And I know I'm missing somebody else earlier, so shout out to you as well. And shout out to all of the YouTube family watching. Okay, and I do have a follow-up item for you. 2 follow-up items, and I can't wait to get into it, y'all. Peace and love, Creekside Yella. All right, so let me bring on my co-host, and shout out to Brother Sean. He's doing his thing. I don't know if he's still in Arizona. It looked like it was Arizona-ish to me. Doing some training, so he's doing his thing. So shout out to Brother Sean. Wishing you safe travels as well. All right, so let me bring on Sis Sandra, and Son Scotty's in the building. So peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you too, Sis Rhonda and Brother Scotty and Sis T. Christopher and the family.
How are you, sis?
I'm doing great, thank you. Thanks for asking.
Good. It was rough this week. I've been out and about in the elements. It's a doggone shame that the atmosphere is so tainted, child. It makes you allergic to it. So allergies kind of acting up. But besides that, I'm doing well.
That's good. You know, they do birds now. They put stuff on birds to release it into the different countries. I heard that.
Poor birdies. I every year, and I had to, because I put different reefs on my screen door. I used to put them on the outside on the screen door. And, I got the wintertime one, I got the fall one, the spring one, the summer one. And in the spring, I'm not sure if it's the same bird, but they would build a nest behind it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to start putting a reef on the inside of the screen door. But I have just a real little miniature one out with 3 little bells on it. And I have some sage hanging on it. So I'm like, oh, she not going to be able to build no nest off of that. Shit. She went right behind it. I'm like, damn, you skilled. Like, all right, well, I got to let you clear that out before I put my summer one up. So, the animals, they're gonna adapt. And that's one thing about animals that's so respectable, that they're gonna find a way, and they're gonna take care of theirs regardless. They're gonna find the safest space that they can and make it happen. So, shout out to the animals, because the animals are suffering like we're suffering, scratching and surviving. So, all right, let me bring on Son Scotty. Okay. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
How are you?
I'm great. I'm good. Nice to see you, or well, hear you and be in the cyberspace with you, my Rhonda, Sis Sandra, and the folks in the chat.
Yes,
we back at it.
I know. Same to you. You had your little getting so fresh and so clean day, getting your little personal health day together. So that's cool. So good to hear your voice.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's real good. We keep forgetting that dudes do that. Y'all do that too. Because, we famous for that. We gotta, do our stuff. But we forget y'all do that too. And we appreciate it. Because don't nobody want nobody raggedy around the head. You looking bum. You not going nowhere with me looking bummy. Raggedy around the head. Motherfucking breath stinking. Feet stinking. Pits.
Some people
you wouldn't know.
Even if you do work a lot, you should still be able to tap in with yourself. Even if you got a family or if you're single, you need to tap in with yourself. Even after doing all that work, you done put in the work, you need to tend to yourself and replenish yourself. And, it's only so much men can do. You go get your hair cut, you go to the gym, you work out, whatever you want to do, get you some good cologne, whatever it is, and I feel like a lot of men, it's like either or, they either splurging on too much superficial shit, or they not really paying attention to the little small shit.
Funky as a motherfucking pole cat. Let's keep it real. I was literally, where the hell was I coming from? I can't even remember where I was coming from. And I was walking past a group of people, and it was mostly dudes. That motherfucker smelled straight like a pole cat. I was like, whoa, shit. No, that's not acceptable.
Yes, the massage, especially, you do a lot of manual labor type job, or even if you're in the office, people think you staring at a computer screen, you typing, getting carpal tunnel and shit, your spine getting all messed up. There's a lot of stuff, so at the end of the day, and this goes for anybody, you need to take care of yourself. We know we in the fucking matrix out here, got to go work these jobs and do what you got to do, take care of your family, but you can't do any of that shit if you falling apart.
I 1000% agree. Invest in yourself. It's just a straight up must. And it is a lot. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot. Well, not far as washing your ass. Now, I'm not understanding you not putting no water, no motherfucking soap on your ass. Excuse. Right, and brush your motherfucking teeth, your tongue, and flossing. That I'm not understanding. People smelling like a whole ass billy goat out here. That I will never understand. But, I know it is all the little extra stuff and going to work out. I know it's a lot. It takes a lot out of your day. That's why I be busy as hell. But it does make a difference. Take care of yourself. At the end of the day, you have to come first. So I totally agree with you. And to be honest, if we want to keep it real, if folks are focusing on self, you really don't be having time for the bullshit.
Yeah, a long time to
you really don't. People be like, where you be at? Motherfucker, busy. Shit. I don't get done with my day till about 8 o'clock. And by that time, shit, it's time for me to recycle to the next. So yeah,
Right.
fam, take care of yourself. You come first, and then everything else. And when you not right, it's just it's not a good thing. And especially when I see young folks out here looking a hot mess, I be like, come on now. You too young to be out here looking a hot ass mess. And that go for women too. When has it became acceptable to roll out the motherfucking bed in your jammies? That's the most ghetto-ish shit I have ever seen. I don't give a fuck whose feelings is hurt. Call me old, call me whatever the fuck you want. When is that motherfucking acceptable? Literally.
They let that slide through the motherfucking college culture because it's like, oh, well,
wait a minute, we didn't even do that in college now.
I'm going to class and
in your motherfucking pajamas.
Yeah.
Hell no, that's what you have your sweats for, and like the big ass shirt I got on. But even with that, I didn't still wash my ass before I put on the sweats and the motherfucking big ass shirt. You means to tell me you done rolled your funk ass out of bed, threw the bonnet on. You said, fuck the scarf. Fuck just having a collection of scarves. I'm going with the same bonnet, silk bonnet that I done slept in, my jammies. I'm going to roll my funky ass out of bed and go grocery shopping, go to class.
Run. That's the run the errands outfit. You'll catch them at the DMV, at the fucking grocery store, at the post office. Like,
I can't. When the first time I saw that shit, I was like, and all I'm thinking, like, bitch, I know your panties crunchy. You look funky than the motherfucker. I can't do it. That's not acceptable. I'm sorry. All of these comfortable clothes, and you can't go on and wash your ass real quick and put something on there and tie the scarf on your head. I mean, that's why our ancestors wore scarves. Either you about to get your hair together or you saving your hair for later on to be fresh. I just don't fucking get it. And I be seeing folks walk down the street with a full ass, I just got out of the bed outfit on. So y'all looking funky together. The young women looking funky, the men looking funky, and all I just think about is funk, VD, STDs, and that probably ain't even the case, that last little part I made up, but I'm like, damn. So whatever. I'm sorry, Sis Sandra. You had something you was going to say.
What'd you say?
Oh, I said, did you have something you was going to say?
Well, yeah, but I saw an actress going grocery shopping in her underwear. They had her on currently AT&T. I said, oh my God.
Yeah. Homegirl that's like hooked up with Kanye West.
He stay picking a hoe. He stay picking a hoe. He stayed with somebody from the streets.
That's
another conversation. But sometimes you just gotta let you gotta know that these motherfuckers enjoy being in this low level energy type shit.
I'm convinced. I am convinced. I 1000% agree with you. Oh, NCAS said my mama and auntie and grandma would kill me if they caught me. Child, baby, let me tell you, my mom would pitch a fit today. She ain't none of my nieces on my watch. Cause first of all, I'm gonna be like, who you going? Where you the fuck you think you going? Looking like who done it and why? Y'all know that's how grandma and them, mama and them used to say. Where you think you going, like who done it and why? Nope, you ain't going out of here with no booty shorts on. You ain't going out of here squazzed up in nothing. You ain't going out of here like you just woke up out the motherfucking bed. None of that. Nope, they sure don't play that. Surely didn't. No, I don't play that. Nope. Yeah, you're right. You can't get away with that. Child, whatever. But, you know, in these youngins' defense now, I done been at functions where, you know, people in my age group, this was a couple years ago, we went to an old school rap concert. It was inadvertently, we were supporting somebody else, but a lot of old school acts was there. So it was people in my generation. So they was like, okay, come to the after party, this, that, and the third. So, you know, of course, a lot more people show up at the after party. Child, I'm sitting in the corner in the cut. And the way them women, now this from my generation, was squazzed up in the motherfucking outfits, looking all the fuck wrong, gyrating. Me and my sis, we just said, girl, let's just hurry up and finish this one motherfucking drink and get the hell up out of here. I was embarrassed for them. And motherfucking shoes, your heels crusty and crunchy. So in these young girls' defense, if that's how they people roll, I was appalled. I was appalled. So folks gotta get their shit together. I mean, you don't have to get your shit together. That's on you, but damn, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. And I know some people from my generation want to hold on and want to dress like the young folks and be looking a hot motherfucking mess. I'm like, really, sis? You ain't see your motherfucking stomach in that outfit? You don't see your motherfucking stomach protruding in that outfit and you squazzed in that motherfucker and it's cheap. Let's not leave the and it's cheap. You ain't 20-something. You ain't 30-something, goddammit. And you ain't even bothered to go buy no proper drugs to suck that shit in. So, child, I can't call it. So it is what it is. Oh, boy. Yeah, copper color. I can't go nowhere with family looking crazy, period. They will go get you some decent clothes if you not. But hell yeah, you're not finna do it. You are not finna do it. It's not finna happen. I'm sorry. We just don't play that. I'm sorry. But that's just how we were brought up. And even as teenagers, when you call yourself, oh, you know, I want to wear this certain outfit, shit, get busted with something inappropriate.
Yeah.
You gonna get talked about, and if you was told don't wear it and you still gonna be slick, you gonna get beat the hell out of that motherfucker. Oh, you just gonna do beat. So, child, I can't call it. I really, really can't. So it is what it is, fam. So, I mean,
you just answered my question, where they get this from to do that. Because obviously our generation didn't teach them very much. I don't know why.
It's sad. Yes, I was devastated. I'm sitting in this place, and it was a nice place. Somebody spent some money on that after set. And they in here squazzed up in these clothes looking all wrong. And a lot of them older than me, gyrating on the motherfucking floor looking all wrong. And then up there talking about something, they grandkids. Girl, I couldn't drink that motherfucking drink fast enough to get the hell up out of there. I'm like, you gotta be kidding. Where they do that at? And I ain't gonna call out the town because y'all gonna be like, you a damn laugh. I call out the town. But, So take care of yourself, fam. And just know the way you represent yourself is the way you get treated. That's just the bottom line.
That is true.
And I don't care if you do have on a nice outfit. If it don't fit you, you funky or you squazzed in that motherfucker, that's still not a good look.
Yeah.
Your clothes don't make the person. You have to make that shit work. So take care of yourself, fam. And to the young folks, it'll take you some time to get your style, whatever, because everybody, you find your little style. You find it. And you usually find it about your mid-20s. You find your style. I'm like, okay, this is me. This is my style. But even with that said, that has nothing to do when you're trying to find your style of washing your motherfucking ass, looking halfway decent. And I ain't trying to say you got to be dressed to the nines. I'm not even trying to say that. But you know what the fuck I'm trying to say. Okay? Just take pride in yourself. Now, if you feel taking pride in yourself is coming out in your pajamas, I can't help you on that. That's on you. So, all right, fam. So that's enough for the auntie moment. Okay. So, sis Sandra, you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery.
Oh yeah, I do. Oh yeah. So
Yeah, come on with it, sis.
so we have this shooting in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Now remember, Buffalo. You know, that's important.
Okay.
The guy who did it was an 18-year-old, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Listen, what he
On script with a manifesto.
Right, that part.
Yeah, he had that, but he had something on his rifle, his arms. He was armed, you know, to the T too.
Mm-hmm.
He had the black sun
What? A tat?
on his rifle.
Oh, on his rifle. See, I
Yeah.
haven't been watching it that close. Well, you know that Black Sun, and somebody probably knows, it's a specific secret society.
Yeah, it is a secret society. He had the
A lot of
hat.
them neo-Nazi ones in the Thule.
Yes, the Thule. That's what I was thinking of, the Thule.
There you
Yeah.
go, the neo-Nazis. Exactly. And he had the number 14.
Okay.
That's their symbol. And that's the Azvaz regime that's in Ukraine.
What?
Yes, ma'am. So remember when President O was the president?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How many mass melanated folks died then? Was that Missouri or something? Michigan or something? They all had that riot.
Yeah. Well, you mean one of them, child? You know it be so many, you be getting them confused. But okay, sis.
Oh, they started from there. So now he is out of, and he looks like a Ukrainian. He really does. So who's funding the weapons to the Nazis in Azva, the thing, but Biden.
You know, they just approved before we jumped on air a $40 billion package to go over there.
That's gonna be their hangout, you see. That's gonna be their hangout.
And I can't get a tic tac up in this motherfucker. But yeah, they just approved $40 billion.
Well, you know, Pelosi's been there, Schumer's been there. Who else? Biden's been there, his wife's been there in wartime. Who have ever heard of a sitting president going to a war zone? No one. How about Pelosi, Speaker of the House? Who's ever heard of that? Who's ever heard of that? So we over here we're always is the target, and they targeted even under Obama's day mass murders with our folks. Now he went in there and he got 10 of them, and that means he was a sharpshooter. He was in armored dress. They said the security guard tried to shoot him. They shot at him and it wouldn't penetrate his armor. He was a well-dressed young man. He's probably an MK Ultra.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what do you think? Was it a psyops or was it
It was a psyops, MK Ultra.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when we keep talking about this war in the Ukraine. Like everything is a mirror of over here. So they bringing these motherfuckers in, the immigrants all coming in, they activating these motherfuckers, they killing off the indigenous people, then they bring in the immigrants, they activate these motherfucking agents to do these little fucking racial killings and shit to then activate the community to give their energy to this bullshit, because he went in there specifically killing niggas. Like one of even the little white man was like, no, he was like, and then he was like, I'm sorry. Like he specifically was like, no, I will not kill you, white man. I'm going to find the niggas to kill. Like, so don't fucking play.
Yeah, I told you that stuff was going to come over here. And they're bringing it over here because they want this land clear of us.
Well, it appears that they've been trying to incite a race riot for quite some time.
For a long time.
And I take it all the way back to well, it's been going on forever, but if we want to do recently with the Trayvon stuff, they have been setting up these events because they literally want a race riot.
Exactly.
Because see, they have to keep the script going of, the white people are the devil and the black people are the victim.
Right.
They have to keep that script going to fit into their narrative on the history that they have painted. Now, is that to say that there's no racist ass white people out there? Absolutely not. That's not saying that, not at all. But that's also not saying that every white person is racist.
No.
We see the shit for what it is.
Right, because every white person that's racist ain't gonna be like, well, let me go pick up a gun and kill some motherfuckers and make it this big thing. Like, they just gonna be personally racist. They might call a motherfucker at the grocery store nigga. Like, it's not gonna be some big ass
and then,
shit,
we gonna swing on that. We gonna, who the fuck you talking to? Let me knock the taste out your mouth. And, that's the end of it.
Back to back with this, like, national racist event. Like, then that's when it just becomes obvious that it's a whole
ass psyops, exactly.
Yeah, and Blinken is one, neo-Nazi, and those people. There's other ones in his cabinet that's neo-Nazi, and we know that. So what are we doing supporting Nazis? What are they doing?
Because people don't know they be supporting them because they've been taught by them in their schools, their government, all that type of shit. The science, and so is subtle infiltration. Motherfuckers can't even see that shit sometimes.
Right.
But
that's
go
true.
ahead, Sandra.
And he was a well-dressed person. He was totally, matching. He had his military pants on and he had his nice little sweater on. I was saying, well, look at that. And he was just.
Oh, let me add in this too. This gaming community and these Call of Duty games and the gaming and the killing games and the motherfucking all this shit where it's just like, and I read a sci-fi book like this. It was, Ender's Game. The games be like
that Ender's Game movie was the shit.
It be programming you to get like, this type of like training to like, shoot and kill and all this type of shit and get kind of like desensitized to that. But at the same time, we know that these games, social media and stuff, like, is all going to be connected to these alphabet boys and shit. So, like, you know, like in Ender's Game, they thought they was just playing a game, but
Sure
really they was
did.
fighting a intergalactic war, fucking doing war with another whole species. Entity and shit.
Exactly.
And it was set up by the government, you know, using these young, gifted kids and shit like that.
Right.
But
MK Ultra. Now, also Buffalo shooting. Now, if you think,
and this is Buffalo, New York.
Yeah,
right.
But I'm talking about buffaloes. Remember, they said to kill us off. They did kill the buffalo first. So they gave us a really big clue who's the target. Well, at least I think it did. Because the buffalo was killed off first in the old days, you know, so we could starve. So they chose Buffalo, New York. They chose melanated people for Trayvon and that other Missouri, whatever it was. When all those people went to rioting and they were killing them people up too, because they killed a lot of those people as well. In Michigan with the lead in the water, and so that's what's to us. And they gave us a hint with the where they choose, what they have on their armament. They have that in Christchurch too. That shooting in Christchurch, his rifle had 14 on it as well.
That's a good catch, sis. So I'm gonna be looking for that. To be honest, I didn't even watch that thing at all because I knew what it was. But for them to put that black sun on there, and now we know what that number means. We already know what it is.
What is it? Age 20? No. Zipso. What's his name? Dan Zipso.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 22. He was. They were talking about it. What was his name? I forgot. Gypso. He does his X22. You listen to
the X22 report. You know what? I need to go back. They probably didn't unsubscribe me. I haven't had X22 run across my feed in at least a year and a half.
You know what? They're not anymore. You kind of like have to think about them, you know, because I went to Mel K. And I said, you know, I haven't, because I've been thinking, you know, they're not putting anything on my YouTube feed about them at all. I typed in Mel K.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to look up X22 because X22, you probably already know this, but yeah, I used to get X22 stuff all the time, but you know what? They're doing the same thing to my other guy too that be talking about the weather and stuff.
Yeah, they got rid of all of them people.
Yeah, he's still on there, but his videos are getting shadow banned. I don't get them like I used to.
You know, Kirsten W. went to LA and she caught COVID and died.
Who?
Kirsten W.
Child, I don't know who that is.
She was a patriot, like
oh, you know, I don't mess with them patriot people, but okay.
Same thing. But what they do, they get out there and they talk about what's going down. So she talked a lot. She said she was a Chinese woman. Or Singapore. She was from Singapore. Sorry, Kristen. And she went to LA for a speech to, sell her books and talk about the current intel. Girl, somebody must have sprayed her with that. She got home and she died on January 6th. And she had just went in December. She died with COVID. And I was sitting there listening to her as she was talking about she couldn't eat, she felt bad, she don't know why, she must have over detoxed herself and all this kind of stuff. And she died.
Oh, well, I mean, it is what it is as far as these psyops. Of course, I don't like anyone to lose their lives. I mean, but we should know what it is at this point.
Well, the Street Fighters and Sasha, this guy named Sasha, they went somewhere too. and they got COVID. They got sick too. They pushing it out, like I said about the birds. I heard, I think it was X22, they're strapping the vials on the birds and sending them to these different countries. And then they use the satellite to release it. Yeah, that's
Yes, the satellite technology, the satellites and the lasers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a tough thing out there, and the baby food thing we were talking about, people are upset because they don't have the formulas. But they sent into the illegals. I'm gonna say it. I don't care if you like it or not. They sent it to the illegals, and then I heard that they had fluoride in it. So I don't know if they're dumbing them down with the fluoride, because fluoride does that to you, so that when they get here, that they'll be just as slow as the rest of them and be under the control. So I don't.
Far as the baby formula, and shout out to the sis that dropped that recipe last week, because I'm like, I know it was a recipe that Big Mom and them used to use. I couldn't remember, and she dropped it in the chat last week, and a couple of other of the sisters put something on it, and then a couple, like the next day, it ran across my feed. One of the baby boomers, she dropped the exact recipe with the diluting, how much water you supposed to dilute. And I put it on Truth UnCONPromeyezed YouTube wall, where this person saved the card that went home with the baby from the doctor with the exact formula and water and all of that. And because what was happening on Facebook, they was flagging people's posts up to time out something, it was false news.
No, it ain't.
And so somebody has saved a little baby card that the doctor gave their mom with that particular formula. And it was just like the sister said in the chat with the pet milk. And for those of you, because I keep forgetting, I have to remember the generations, because I was telling this to somebody. She's a millennial. Not too far from me, but just to show you how each generation grow up with something different. We laughed so hard, and we was actually walking in the park. I said, no, you use pet milk, blah, blah, blah. She was like, pet milk? What the pets got to do with it? Baby, I fell out. I said, no. Like, no. Not your pets, like your cat and your goddamn dogs. It's a brand called Pet Milk. We laid all the way out. So when we say pet milk, y'all don't be running to your motherfucking dogs and your cats.
Yeah, they don't make
shit. That's a brand of evaporated milk. Okay, that's a brand. So her and I were having that discussion as well. And she was like, well, I don't understand, blah, 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 blah. And that was like the day before it started blowing up. And then when she saw people posting it, she's like, oh my God, we was just talking about this. I'm like, I told you, because she works with expecting mothers. And so that's why I was bringing it to her. That's literally her job. She works with expecting mothers. And she said, well, we always consult with them, expecting mothers to breastfeed. And I said, I understand that. I'm like, but aren't there some women that can't breastfeed for whatever reason? And she said, yeah, but there's some pill. And I remember that it's some lactating pill they can get them, whatever the case may be. I said, I understand all of that. I'm just giving you this information for those women that are not going to breastfeed for whatever reason it may be, that they're not going to breastfeed. They can't breastfeed. This is the recipe. So again, This should be a lesson to us all. Do not depend on these folks to feed you. Don't do it. Y'all better be getting with some of the older people. And I'm telling you, I'm just reaching back in memory from Big Mama and them and what the hell they used to do. And it was foolproof. Because you not finna fucking starve me. No, you not. You ain't finna starve me. And that pet milk, and again, pet milk is a brand. I'm telling you, I was laid all out laughing. I'm like, you actually thought I was telling people to go snatch their animals' bowl. And she had to laugh. I was like, no, that's a brand. You're not finna starve me. Okay? So when we talk about, having your staples, that evaporated milk is one of those staples. Sis Sandra talked about powdered milk, and sis, I remembered that shit too. And I sure ran and got me some motherfucking powdered milk. Just in case.
Because you're going to need that. They got powdered eggs out there too. So just in
them powdered eggs are the motherfucking pits. I ain't gonna lie, I just ain't gonna eat no eggs.
I know. They used to feed that to us when we went camping in school. So I had a trip to camping when I was younger, and they had powdered eggs. They were nasty, but it's something to cook with if you want to put them in cakes and bread or stuff like that.
Yeah, I could see with cakes and bread, but to eat that powdered eggs, rock.
Forgot about that until you just started.
It's awful. I ain't finna lie. So that'll be my day to skip eating. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna lie. I'm just not gonna buy that as no staple. So it is what it is. So again, fam, have your staples, those essential items in your cabinet. Okay, so now that the old heads and brought y'all that recipe for the milk, watch that them damn evaporated milk, watch that shit disappear off the shelf.
Yes.
But that's something you should have had in your staples anyway. Okay.
I think you get evaporated milk too, also in dry form. I'm not sure. I have to go look in there.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I didn't know you could buy it in a dry form.
I could go check in my cabinet. I think it's dry milk. Evaporated milk. Maybe it's just half % milk or something.
Oh, I thought because isn't evaporated milk, isn't it like a concentration?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, because I'm sure you could just double up that regular milk, the regular powdered milk to get what you want. But yes, Sister Carol, I put them up on game, sis, about that baby food. How back up in the day, Big Mama and them wasn't, number one, they didn't make it. I told y'all that Generation X, my generation, was the first ones that they sold that formula.
Yeah.
I told y'all that. And same with the baby food. It's because Big Mama and them made that baby food. Ain't nobody got, for what? When I'm going to the store buying, I don't know how much them little jars cost. But back in the day, I think they were 25 cents, but they were probably 5 cents back in the day. What the hell I'm going to buy a jar this big for 5 cents when I already got vegetables that I'm cooking and I could boil the separate vegetables in a little separate pot, blend it up for the babies, and put it in the jar?
Just watch your seasonings. That's all. Don't put
you don't season it.
You don't season it.
Yeah, and all you got to do is can it.
Yeah.
Can it. Which you should be canning a lot of your food anyway. Because, canning, that stuff lasts for years.
It does. You can even can chicken,
Yeah, but I'm a scaredy cat to can.
Well, I was
chicken and stuff.
I did it anyway, and they still sitting in there, and I don't even eat meat.
When y'all say can, that can mean like jars and stuff.
Yeah,
too.
that's what it means. That's what it means, son, Scotty. See, you gotta correct the old heads. The canning, millennials. Canning means, the mason jars with the screw-on
Yeah.
tops. That's called canning, beloved. Okay? So there's different ways that you do that, and it's to preserve your food.
Yep.
Now, Auntie Rhonda, I don't fuck around with canning the meat. Because I don't want you to kill over from me fucking around trying to can that meat. I don't do that, but you can do it. I can my vegetables, and if you want to preserve like fruit, if you want to make jam out of fruit or whatever, that's called canning.
Yeah, like,
Make your own.
and you can do like fermentation.
Yep, fermented stuff. Absolutely. Absolutely. So the basics of canning are vinegar, preserved stuff. For short-term canning that you want to put in the refrigerator, you can do salt. So if you want to do pickles or something real quick, because y'all do know that pickles come from cucumbers. And then what else? What else I'm missing, Sis Sandra?
I don't know. I made tomato soup.
Yep, tomato soup.
Now they have books out there in the preservative jars, the mason jars area. They have the books on how to do it. It's very simple.
Yeah. The best canning book there is. You know what I'm talking about. Damn, what's the name of it?
I can go now and look.
I know, because I know you got it. I got it. Because I had forget how I remember my grandmother and them doing it, but I forgot. So I had to go get the book, and I'm like, okay, that's right. And you can even like dry out your stuff, because like every year, matter of fact, this weekend I'm gonna put my maters in the ground, and I grow Roma tomatoes. Just for the sole purpose that I like sun-dried tomatoes. And that's like the best tomato for sun-dried tomatoes. And so I literally sun-dry my tomatoes. And I could do it two ways. I could just leave them sun-dried. But I like mine in olive oil with all these spices. And literally that lasts me I still got... From last summer, I still got, I think, 2 jars. But it'll last me as long as I eat them. And it's preserved by me, by the oil in it.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Mr. TD?
Huh?
Mr. TD, he's posting that Bill Gates is promoting his artificial breast milk technology.
Well, child, y'all can be a fool if you want to do that.
No, that's why I said, ooh.
So, yeah, vinegar. Yeah, vinegar is the huge preserving. Yes. And then somebody said the saltwater bath. Yeah, because once you put them in the salt water,
So, yeah,
that's how you seal. That's how you get that seal on that mason jar. And then once you take them out the water and they cool off and you know it's sealed, because you're going to hear a pop. You're going to hear that top pop. So really, really easy. Everybody should have stuff stocked up.
lemon too.
You can almost can anything. Just me, I ain't gonna lie, I don't fuck with the meat. Number one, I don't eat it like that, but my nerves is bad. And I don't want nobody killing over from me preserving no meat. But I do know that people
But what I'm
do
always
it.
saying, like my old, like back when I was like young, and like my older cousins like pickled fucking like pig feet and pig
Yeah, I ain't
ears.
never
There's
liked
always
that.
some like pickled pig, some shit. Like
Yeah, that's right.
I never really heard about anybody pickling like chicken or like.
And the
Maybe.
chicken's not even a pickle, because you put the chicken in there, you season it and all of that with the spices. Sis Sandra, do you put salt water in yours with a little vinegar? How do you do yours?
Let me get the book. I'll tell you.
That little canning book. Yeah, it's a certain way you have to do it, son Scotty, and then you still
Yes,
put it
'cause
in
this
that
is-
bath water.
This is science and magic and all this shit they tried to infuse in the fucking slavery story about, oh yeah, they was cooking for the massa and all this. Like,
No,
yo, this is the indigenous shit.
Exactly.
And y'all came in fucking trying to disrupt and lay down y'all doctrine, Christianity and all that type shit.
With that
calling
bullshit.
people witches and trying to crucify all that type shit. Just because people naturally knew how to mix stuff of the earth, elements together, like doing alchemy. That's all they knew how to do.
Exactly. Yeah, cha-cha is the truth.
That is really good. Huh?
Isn't and you know what? I still ain't made no cha-cha. That cha-cha is the truth. You eat that whole damn jar, everything like cha-cha on this, cha-cha on that. Yeah, that cha-cha.
I have seen some pickled chicken feet. Yeah, because I do be fucking with the Jamaican food.
Them Jamaican show do them chicken feet.
Yeah. Now, it's a ball. Ball is the preservative book.
Ball. Yep, I knew it because they make their own mason jars. Yeah.
Ball. Let me see if I can find a chicken recipe.
Yeah, but yeah, go get you a ball book. They used to be passed down, and all Ball did, let's be clear, Ball ain't came up with them recipes themselves. They got it from our ancestors.
Ball spelled? Because
B-A-L-L.
when I'm hearing this now, in this community, I'm hearing, wait, how y'all talking about Ball? The motherfucker they be worshiping and shit?
No, B-A-L-L. That's just the name of the company that one of the companies that make the mason jars. So they took all of these canning recipes and they put it in a book.
Interesting.
Right, okay, now they didn't come up with that.
Trash shit.
They didn't come up with that. They got that literally from our ancestors.
Yeah, that's all they did was wash us and survey us, steal, and then make it into a corporation.
Right, because trust and believe, if most of our ancestors were farmers, I know mine were, they knew how to preserve the food and all of that. They know how to do smoke houses and all of that. They know how to do that. So that's all that company did was got the recipes from the ancestors and put it in the book. But today, still to this day, that book is the standard for canning. Anything you want to know regarding canning, you can go to that book. And it's in there.
This one here doesn't have any salt or anything in it. You cook it yourself. It's a raw pack. They have a raw pack, or they have the hot pack where you cook the meat
and then put it in. But in either case, you still got to put it in that water bath, though.
You have to vacuum seal it.
Yep, you have to vacuum seal it. Yep.
So that's just doing chemistry.
It is chemistry because and you gotta be exact because I took some eggplant and I was doing it the Italian way, and so I put because you know the Italians, they take the eggplant and they put it in the oil, they put the spices in there and the oil and then seal the jar, and so I didn't seal it right.
Yeah, well, let's seal.
And child, but it lasted for 2 years. Because one of the jars I ate, I think I had like 4 jars. One of the jars I ate, and then something started stinking. I tore this house up, tore the refrigerator down, bleached everything down. I'm like, where the fuck is that coming from?
And it does stink when it goes
and then up against the wall, I'm like, oh! It was that damn thingy that I did wrong. So yeah, if you don't get it right, you're gonna know, but and it becomes toxic. So of course, I just threw the whole jar out, and some people was like, oh, I would rinse that jar. I'm like, I threw that whole fucking thing out. But it's definitely a certain chemistry to it for you to do. That's why I follow that Ball book.
Yeah, they do chicken, duck, goose, turkey, and game birds. You can do all kinds of meats. Seafood.
I know people do beef. I've seen people do beef too.
They got pork sausages. They have chopped
Because that's
meat.
all in the same family, like the pickling and like the smoking. Because I'm thinking of like beef jerky and shit.
Yeah,
like,
because the smoking stuff is preservative too. When you smoke it to the point that it dries out. But you know, Papa and them used to build them smokehouses. It kind of looked like a outhouse, depending on how much meat they smoked. It could either look like a miniature shed, or like a skinny outhouse. And I don't know how they did it. Don't ask me. But that's where they would smoke the meat.
Right.
So all of that stuff they got from our ancestors. All of it. So this notion today that people act like they gotta depend on the grocery store and stuff, like push come to shove, you better have a skill to do something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So people can. The only problem is most of this stuff ripens in the summertime. that's the drawback.
Right, but that's why the ancestors came up with canning, smoking, and drying the stuff out, because once the harvest finished, and you know, you're trying to make all of that stuff last for the entire winter. That was the purpose of canning and doing all of that other stuff.
You make jellies and everything.
Yeah, that's the purpose, literally, of doing it.
Yeah, when I had the children home, man, that's all I did was can stuff. And I just said, go get some out the pasture over there. There's something in there. And we didn't go to the grocery stores. I'm just an old type of person when it comes to cooking. And so I used to do it all the time. But my thing was in the summertime was the canning part, is, because that's when they grow.
Right. That's what I do. I use some of the fresh, but I purposely sit some aside for canning because I love pickled okra. That's my shit. Matter of fact, this weekend I'm about to drop 4 okra seeds in the dirt because I love pickled okra. So I'll eat off okra all summer, but then in between my harvest, I'm going to get my jar. I'll pickle me some okra and I eat off of that all winter. Matter of fact, I only got 1 pickled okra left, and I'm like, and my baby sis loves it too. So I have to do some for her ass too. We be tearing that okra up. Yeah. And she likes the fried okra. So yeah, that's how it was done back in the day.
Yeah, that's true. People don't know how to preserve their lives anymore. We're so conditioned to the modern way. They go to the grocery store and get what you want. But they have pickled cauliflower too.
Yeah, you could do all that shit yourself, fam. All of that fancy Italian stuff that they got you paying $7-8 for. I can make that shit pennies on a dollar my damn self.
Right, portions be small as a bitch, like
right,
damn.
And it don't be seasoned properly. No, bitch, right. I'm finna make this stuff myself.
The bare minimum.
Yeah, and I'm finna to sit up here and slam. You got me all the way messed up. You could do all of that stuff yourself. Yes, you could do fruit, beloved. Absolutely, you can. Go get that ball can preserving book. It's got all of it in there. And you absolutely can do the fruit. Matter of fact, I dry a lot of my fruit, but I know with fruit, a lot of people make the jams out of it. They make the jam. I don't make the jams. I usually just dry mine out. I dry my fruit out. I have a dehumidifier. It ain't called dehydrator. Dehumidifier. Dehydrator. But for my tomatoes, literally, if you want to do sun-dried tomatoes, and y'all know how damn expensive them sun-dried tomatoes are. They don't even be the best cut of the tomatoes. I'm like, you got me all the way messed up. I cut my Roma tomatoes, half, season them up with my herbs, turn the oven down to the lowest setting, and put them on the pan, put them in the oven, and it's going to take you all day to dry them out. That's simple and that's easy.
I got a machine.
Yeah, I tried it with the machine, but it takes forever for them tomatoes to dry out in the machine. So I do my tomatoes in the oven, but my fruit and some of the other stuff, I do use the dehydrator. I really need to invest in a good one because the one I got isn't the best. But yes, beloved, you can do fruit too. You could do fruit roll-ups for mothers. You ain't gotta buy that janky ass fruit roll-up in the store. If you got some fruit fenced to go bad, and if your baby's like fruit roll-ups, you blend that fruit in there. If you want to add a little honey to make it a little sweeter, get you that dehumidifier, spread that mixture on there, dry it out. That's your fruit roll-up. So they ain't doing nothing up in them stores that you can't do yourself. Nothing. Not a damn thing. That's why I told y'all to get your connect with a local farmer, and you gonna be okay. But there's no excuse for you to say they starving you. No, use a damn lie. You ain't finna starve me. I guarantee you that. You're not finna starve me. So, all right, fam. So, no, we on the anti moment. We gonna get at a little rest. Son Scotty, you have any? Go ahead on with the fuckery for the family.
No, I was just about to say, like, we need more of the anti shit. That's this shit that's missing. Like,
child, damn, y'all. I just hate y'all didn't grow up with Big Mama and them, and it just never occurred to me that my last generation, the last one that grew up with Big Mama and them. So we'll keep bringing this information out because I just didn't realize that some of this stuff was lost.
And my mom and my aunts and them, like, actually, like, so, like, you know, listen and held on to that stuff. But, like, it was like, they was like, you know, passing away and transitioning when I was like younger and stuff. So like, they definitely made their impression, and I do have a lot of memories and stuff. But like at that time when I was going through it, I wasn't like cognizant of like, oh my God, these are my elders and I need to remember everything that they're doing and saying like at the moment. So it's like now that I like have learned this stuff, I'm like, oh my God, that's what that was. That's what like this and that. And like, this is why, you know, I understand this, the way to be in the world, and like why shit never made sense to me because like they had already put me on games. Like,
yep, it's true. And my baby sis, we have different moms. Her grandmother, she's still here and she's 90. And I just love her because she, of course, she spits so much wisdom. So she was just tickled. Matter of fact, I got to get her seeds. Now that it's warm, I'm going to have to go over there and get her seeds. Knowing her, she didn't already planted, but I got to see what she wants. But anyhow, she was just so tickled that I knew all of this stuff. And she was like, baby, you want some pickles? I made some pickles. I'm like, no, ma'am. I already have some. She's like, oh, baby, that's right. I forgot you know all of this. And my baby sis, she just takes it for granted. She like, oh, well, whatever. But that's because she grew up with her grandmother around. And she don't even know how to do all that stuff. And I be cracking up at her. She don't have to know how to do it because I know how to do it. Her mom knows how to do it. But it truly is a generational thing. And I forget that, and my sister, she's a millennial. She's like right on that cusp, but she's a millennial. But I forget the millennials, Big Mama and them, by the time y'all was babies when they passed away. So y'all wouldn't know that information if your parents didn't carry it through. So we'll keep that going. So just forgive us, those that know it. I didn't know these babies didn't know that. Because if somebody didn't know what the fuck pet milk was, I'm like, oh, Lord, we got a lot of work to do.
And then it's funny because you think like y'all was talking about pet milk and then y'all was talking about goat milk. And then like, well, that's y'all talking about actual goat milk, but this is saying pet. So what the hell going on?
I'm telling you, we was walking the park and she was killing my ass too. Yeah, I'm like, oh, shit, we on the 3rd mile, my back, my neck, my back. But anyhow, I fell all over. I'm like, you actually thought I was talking about somebody's cat and dog? So I guess we do need to have these discussions because it just cracks me up. Pet milk was a staple in my household, and still to this day, I could call up one of my brothers and say pet milk, and we gonna fall out because our dad, who was a hell of a cook, he can cook some women under the table, but he would use it. I bet y'all didn't know this, where you could take that same evaporated milk, put a pan of water.
I know what you're saying.
I know you already know where I'm going with this, Sis Sandra. Put the pet milk in there and just let it boil, let it boil. That's how you make caramel.
It's so good.
That pet milk turns into caramel. So when I see y'all go to the store and buy them bags of caramels and melt that motherfucker, and you done spent like $199. You trying to melt the caramel chews. All you gotta do is take that pet milk,
Water and sugar.
sit the whole can in a bath water and let that motherfucker boil. And that's how you make caramel. So yeah, that part. So yeah, we'll keep talking about it. Your great grandfather used pet milk in his car. I can see that. Yeah, my dad who raised me, he used it in his cereal. Superior Minds, he used it in his cereal, and I be wanting to vomit because I did not see him dilute it, and I was like, because that was too rich for me. But yep, and I ain't finna lie now. If I didn't use the recipe with some pet milk, and I ain't finished up that pet milk, I'm fencing to use that pet milk in my coffee. I sure is. I ain't wasting that.
It's kind of rich, yeah.
It is rich. You don't need that much. But yep, you could use it in the coffee too. Absolutely. Oh, you stir yours in the pot, Kels? No, the way I saw it, they didn't used to stir it in the pot. It was just literally, he just boiled that can. And that was the caramel.
Even for your turkey stuff, when you go and get your cranberries, you can make your own cranberry sauce. Water, cranberries, and some sugar, cup of sugar, and boil it, and it'll make it.
Yeah, but you know what? I never really liked them hard, the fresh cranberries. I'm not finna lie.
But it makes great cranberry sauce. If you put that sugar in there and a cup of water and the cranberries.
Yeah, it's nothing that they're selling you in the store that they didn't get from somebody's ancestor. All of that pickle stuff, even, the Italian people, they took that from different cultures. They ain't came up with nothing.
They just making bank off of it. You didn't do it.
Exactly. So you better be knowing how to recreate that, because again, you're not finna starve me.
That's right.
Those are life skills. Knowing how to cook, and that's a life skill. Knowing how to grocery shop, that's a life skill. Knowing how to preserve stuff, that's a life skill. Knowing how to grow things, that's a life skill. Knowing how to build things, that's a life skill. So don't let them sit up here and tell you what you need them for. You don't. We've just gotten comfortable. That's all.
You can make your own bread too. So.
Yeah, and I'm not a bread maker. I know how to do it, but yeah.
There's a lot on YouTube now. They're doing things from scratch, like making bread and stuff like that. And people can look there and learn by watching them do it. If you don't know, they'll show you how to do it.
Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, come on, sis Carol. Tell us where the mater is. Yeah, YouTube. Anything you think you can remotely possibly think you don't know how to do, you can find a YouTube video for it. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. So, okay. Yeah, but you know what, sis Helenese? When I pickle my okra, it doesn't get slimy though. Because I don't like it slimy.
That's the craft part of the cooking. Some people's recipes is gonna make it be like, oh, you know, yeah, hers be a little slimy when she make it.
But some people like the slimy. I don't like the texture of the slimy. But no, my pickled okra, it don't be slimy. And even when because I'm gonna fry me some okra, let's don't get it twisted. I'm gonna slam on me some fried okra. It's not slimy. So absolutely.
Yeah, because I know my aunts and them used to be on, and I don't even really like the, like, maybe it's an acquired taste, but on them stewed tomatoes, and they used to be like different recipes where some was like more salty and peppery, where some was had a little more sweetness and this and that. And so, you know, like that was another thing too, like the.
Oh, sorry, brother. I apologize, Helenese. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, son Scott.
But yeah, the fact that we were so, the different variations in the way that we interacted with nature and the earth and the realm, the fact that they were able to like take all of these different stuff and profit off of it.
Yeah.
Like that part is just the big fucked up part that we can't realize. Like they just been watching us. Absolutely. All this time, just like, how can we make money off of these motherfuckers that's not even recognizing they own? I mean, no, a lot of us do. So let's not like depreciate, like, you know, a lot of us do recognize our gifts and stuff. But like for a long time, like, you know, motherfuckers was indoctrinated, put to sleep, or just, you know, signing shit that they shouldn't have had no parts in dealing with. And like in the process of all of that, all of our magic just got like siphoned away, like motherfucking Ursula and fucking Ariel. Like they just took our voice, took our magic, and just like, let's monetize this. And so now, like, even in that process, we think of it in a way of money. Like it's only valuable because it can make money. It's like, no, it should be valuable because it came from your soul, your spirit, and it nourishes you and sustains you and replenishes the earth and the realm. So the money factor is just some shit that was added on by them.
Absolutely. And, you know, like you said, they literally took it from our culture. They literally took these things from our culture, you know, the shucking the peas and picking the greens. I mean, all of that's from our culture. And I was just fortunate enough that I was with grandparents that was still doing those things. And even my grandparents that moved up north, they still had a garden in the backyard. That's just the way we rolled. There's not a place that I have not lived as an adult that I haven't had a garden. I don't give a damn if when I first started, I was in an apartment. I just had little pots with little herbs in it, and I would grow greens or whatever. It's just it's a part of the culture. It's just a part of who we are. So those are the basic things that I feel we should get back to, because they've already showed you that you depending on them for a food source, they showed you what they're going to do. And they ain't finna starve me. Because one thing I can do, I know how to go out there and throw some seeds in the ground and make it happen. And when you do that, also, you learn about the different plants and you understand how much work it takes to make stuff grow. And you also see the beauty in it.
They want instant. People don't want to do that work. They want instant gratification. They want fast food. They want it now. They don't see the value in, like, working the earth or doing something, valuable, beneficial, and getting the benefit back from that. Like,
absolutely.
And what they gonna do? They gonna starve you, and then they gonna come around with and be the savior. They're gonna be your oppressor and your savior at the same time.
Exactly.
They're gonna starve you. They're gonna be like, here's some hybrid food, some shit that's gonna change your fucking genetic code or some bullshit. So, they never gonna be for your benefit. Why would you ever think that?
Exactly. And this is a very good take, Brother Hellenese. He's speaking on okra, especially with its slimy. I was once diagnosed with diabetes years ago. Okra was my go-to cure. And okra literally is the go-to for people with diabetes. Now, of course, a big part of that is your diet. But yeah, absolutely. That's a known fact among, Big Mama and them, that okra. And the okra plant happens to be one of my favorite from a bloom perspective. The blooms are absolutely beautiful. And depending on the variety, the ones I have, because I have all different types. I had a red. Y'all ever seen red okra? See, they don't even sell the red okra in the store. But I grow the red okra. But them plants get 6-7 feet tall.
Yeah, they do.
Beautiful, beautiful plants. And they will bloom until it gets cold. Somebody said that their okra got too cold and it died off. But it is the bloom is the most beautiful bloom. It's a very, very beautiful bloom. But yeah, okra is good for diabetes. Absolutely. It helps control that sugar level. So yeah, I'm sure this weekend I got to drop my okra seeds down, put my maters in, zucchini. I'm only going to do one eggplant. I got to do my string beans. I do about 4 or 5 string beans. I said I'm not going to do a real big garden this year. But my grapes are probably, because my guy just came and cleaned up my beds. So I should get a good grape harvest this year. My raspberries, I'm hoping to get some plums and some pears this year. Now, remember, I did this myself. Now, I ain't gonna sit up here and lie. I ain't go out there and till and all that. Hell to the no. I pay somebody to do that. And I pay them every year to refresh my beds. But to have an edible garden, I did that. I live in the heart of the city. Mm-hmm. So if you got a little space, you can do it. And you can plant stuff that comes back every year. They're called perennials. That's what a perennial is. It comes back every year. So I have fruit trees, berries. Forgot I got the blueberry, the raspberry, the grapes, plum, pear, the apple in the front. There's literally a tree. It only grows up north called pawpaw. And it's an indigenous Indian tree. It's called pawpaw. And it comes in different varieties. And one of the varieties is like a chocolate flavor. And it almost kind of looks like a pear, but it's mushier than a pear. And they say when you bite into it, it actually tastes like chocolate, but they got other varieties. So I think I have 2 pawpaws. Fig tree. I got 2 fig trees because one of them didn't make it. So the point being, you can do these things yourself. And if you have babies, get them in the garden with you. And they're going to love it. And of course, I got to do my greens, y'all. I got to do my greens and my spinach. I ain't having no garden without having no damn greens. Matter of fact, I want some greens this weekend, and I'm pissed because I don't have none. And that's my fault because I could have still been growing some greens. So, yeah, fam, y'all could do it. Hey, sis, Neri, I've never had pawpaw before. I've absolutely never had it. So, I know it takes I think they said it takes about 5 or 6 years. But this year was the first year it jumped up. So I'm hoping to get something off of it. We'll see. And beans are another thing that's very, very easy to grow. Beans are extremely, extremely easy to grow. So again, there is no shortage on the planet. Shortages are created. Yes, sis, a pineapple, you can literally grow pineapple. Go to the grocery store, get you a fresh pineapple, and you know how you cut off the pineapple and it has the sprinkly thing on the end? Cut it off. You could sit that in some water, it roots. And literally, that's how you grow pineapple. Now, if you live in a warm climate like Florida, South Carolina, of course, and you're in the Caribbean islands, you could put it outside, put it in the dirt, Cali, and it's going to grow and produce pineapple. Or you can do it indoors. Of course, it's going to take a longer time indoors, but that's a pineapple is the easiest thing to grow. Yes, cut the end of it. Exactly. So there's no shortage. You can grow turmeric. That turmeric they be charging you for in the store. You can go get that turmeric, and once you see that little eye thing on it, cut that little piece off. You can either root it in some water or stick it straight in the ground. You can grow turmeric.
Ginger,
onions. Matter of fact, I got to go pull some onions up that I guess I left some bulbs down there. And I got onions back there. Potatoes. Potatoes are the easiest thing to grow. I planted the potatoes one time. And I guess I don't be getting all the spuds up. And every year I have potatoes come back. So literally, there's no shortage. Do not let them tell you that you have to depend on their food supply. Either do it yourself or you hook up with your local farmer. Go to the farmer's market. Talk to those people. Get the connect. And shout out to the melanated people that are getting back into farming. Shout out to the generation of melanated farmers that never gave up their craft. It's a lot of them out there. I didn't think that it was, but it's a lot of them out there, and they know their stuff. They know their stuff. Now, I don't know about y'all. I'm just telling you, I know through my genealogy, and I didn't even have to go to my genealogy to know that, because I knew from my grandmother and them that we were farmers. I was just looking at some genealogy records today, and it was 1830, something like that. Occupation, farmer. I mean, literally in my bloodline, that's been the occupation. So what the hell I look like sitting around here? Oh, they surely starving me. My grandmothers would wake up out of their grave and slap the shit out of me. Like, I know you lying. You gonna sit up here and act like somebody finna starve you, like you don't know how to go out there and put a seed in the ground. I know you lying. And my dad wake up and shame me. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. So I know he proud of me with my grapes, because he tried to get his grapes to grow and he couldn't do it, but mine are, hey, my grapes are popping. Hit me up on the Gmail, Indigenous, and I'll send you a couple. I'm only gonna send you 2, 3. Cause though I think I'm kind of low on my red okra too. And my greedy ass forgot to save some of the seeds from my harvest. But I'll send you a couple. So yeah, but no, the hell with that. You don't let them tell you, number one, what you should eat. And then number 2, when you gonna eat and how you gonna eat. They don't determine that, but as long as you shop in their stores, that's the way it's going to be. And it's so much stuff out there, fam, that's been lost because we're only eating what they're putting in the grocery store. All types of watermelon, yellow watermelon, orange watermelon. It's just so much stuff that we're not even aware of, or we've forgotten about because we're shopping up out of their stores. Okay, so yeah, that part. My grandfather's birth certificate, occupation, farmer. Yeah, that's all I saw on my folks' genealogy records. It was farmer. Now, when it got to the 1900s and something, that's when I saw maybe 1 or 2 ancestors in the early 1900s go into the industrial side, but all the rest of them was farmers. Now, notice I said, I was just looking at the genealogy record, it was 1835, something like that. Occupation, farmer. It did not say slave. Said farmer. Okay? It's in your blood.
Yeah. Because you know that word, when they made that word plantation and they attached it to being a slave, you know that word plantation comes from being planters. So they was literally planting, aka farmers, on their own land, and probably had their family on their own land, you know, all working together, the land and shit for the family, and different houses, you know, like estates. They call them estates, you know, with these, you know, people that came in, invasion of the body snatchers, just coming in and taking over identities and titles, right, and contracts and patents and all that type shit. And so, like, yeah, the plantation was because they were planters.
Yep. Wow. Let me, dang. I didn't think about it like that. That makes sense. That makes sense. Brother Freeman says, peace and honor, family. My wife and I grow our garden. Tomatoes, carrots. Yep. And carrots, to me, the carrots that you grow, What they grow in the grocery store, it'll never match it. There's no comparison. You can literally pull that carrot up, wash it off, and eat it, and it's so sweet. Beets, greens. Yep, I was just talking about me some greens. I'm fired up because I could have been making me some greens this weekend. I'm fired up because I didn't go on and put my greens down, because greens can take cold weather, fam. So I could have been growing greens. In the fall, you can grow greens. And in the spring, you can grow greens. As a matter of fact, greens start to struggle a little bit in the heat. Turnips, cauliflower. I really don't grow cauliflower like that. But yes, you're correct, cauliflower. And he said, and we live in Wyoming, short growing season. Absolutely. So I'm sure y'all get in as much as you can during that growing season, and then you store up your harvest. So yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep, them new 1950 census records. One of my ancestors worked in a vinegar factory. All right, says Kales. Neri says farmer, railroad workers, and tobacco workers. Mm-hmm. Yep. But before that, it was all farmers. Now, of course, I can't speak on everybody's genealogy. I'm just telling you what I found on my folks. Yes, some were only indentured farmers, not slaves. Exactly. Because, again, I ain't found a slave record yet for my people. I just haven't found it. Okay. All right. Rainey says, exactly. Second great-grandfather had passed down his 80 acres. This was 1895. Wow. That's nice. That's really, really nice. Much respect.
Look at the date. Look at the date, 1895. They said we were slaves.
Right. How they get 80 acres?
Yeah. We had no property. My grandparents had lots of property too in Texas. They still have it. So, where did they get the scenario from? I don't get it. But, they made it up. Like, what's his name? Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, he can go somewhere, girl.
All that stuff up. So they said we were poor. But the ones that were in the South was made to leave the South and went to the cities. And that's how they got poor.
I agree. Because in our particular bloodline, it depends on both sides. Some went up north to quote, quote, work, but you had some that stayed in the South.
Yeah.
And I always thought that they lived better in the South, although that may sound weird to some people.
It is.
But I always felt that they lived better.
Had plenty of food.
Plenty of food. And a matter of fact, when they would come visit us, they would be like, y'all up here starving. They would be appalled. They would be appalled. They like, y'all up here starving. Because they just weren't used to that. Like I told y'all, cereal for breakfast and all of that. They just wasn't used to that.
Right. So, they had inflation, and they put them in tenements, they call them tenements back in their day, I think. And that was projects to nowadays.
Right.
And so when you live in a concrete project, you're not going to be able to grow nothing.
But them early projects, go pull some of them pictures. You know how they have the courtyards? They had gardens.
Yeah, but
I was about to say, because
Big Mama and them that went into them projects, don't think that they didn't have no gardens. Yeah. That was before all the crime and the drug infestation. But you go pull them early pictures of them projects and them courthouses. They had them garden beds, and they were growing food there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just about to say, like, I experienced like growing up like on the East Coast, Baltimore, then moving to Georgia and just seeing like what the projects look like when you in the East Coast and they stacking them on top of each other and stuff like that, as opposed to like a lot of time down south, like it's like little like houses connected to each other with on a whole bunch of land, like just
Yeah, they call those
off.
row houses.
Yeah. And so like, and a lot of times they had like a lot of land. Like it was like a big ass backyard. And so now that makes sense because like when they was created, like it wasn't just like, oh, this was the project. It was like, no, this was just a different type of, I guess you could say like subsidized housing or some type of shit. But they feel like, oh yeah, we know that by nature, you guys are farmers, planters. So like, even though you may be living in a so-called project, we still gonna give you the land to grow on something.
And even if they didn't, literally in Chicago, when somebody Rainey says that's the truth, because my grandmother's sister sure had one herself right in the hood of Chicago. I'm just telling you, you look at them pictures now. I can't speak for New York. I'm telling you in Chicago, because Chicago had those stack high rises. They had three types of the projects. They had the stack high rises with the 17th floor. Don't tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Anybody that been in the projects with them stacks, you know it was 17 floors. Tell me where the lie is. And in the middle of it, you had those buildings. You had a courtyard. Go back and look at those early pictures. You'll see playgrounds and you'll see garden beds. I am telling you. The ancestors, even back then in them early days, they built a garden in those courtyards. Then you had the short stacks, and they call it short stacks because it was half of the tall ones. And then you had the row houses, what Son Scotty is describing. And some of them had like the big backyards where here's one row house, here's a yard space, and then there's another one. But in the front of them, they still had a patch of land. They were still doing gardens too. So I'm telling you, those first generations that went in them projects, they still had them some little miniature gardens. It was only when Big Mama and them started passing, and if you peep game, that's when the project started getting bad too. Because back in the day, when our family moved up north, they went in the projects. That's how my parents met, in the motherfucking projects. In the worst project in Chicago, Cabrini Green. But they were the first and the last in Cabrini Green. It wasn't like what the hellhole that other folks went through, because you still had Big Mama and Papa and them, and they wasn't motherfucking playing that.
Yeah, I went to one in New York, and I really was afraid to be in there. It was all cement. And I'm like, how you guys live in this joint? And I went to visit my my daughter's friend, and it was all cement, and it was elevators and long dark.
That's how the Chicago ones were too.
Yeah,
it was. I'm telling you, all cement and the wire damn thingies. It was there too. But I'm only telling y'all what my parents told me, and we had one set of relatives who stayed there. And they stayed there even when it got bad. But even with that said, you could not go in them projects when it started getting bad. You couldn't go in them projects without being sanctioned. And so my aunt, and I'm not going to call her name out on the air out of respect, but you knew goddamn well you better not fuck with none of hers. Literally, but they were the only last cousins, and I don't know why they didn't move out the projects. I don't know why they didn't move out. But they stayed there. But even with all of that said, none of her children were in gangs, none of that. And we used to go over there and visit them and stay the night, and we didn't get to stay the night over people's house like that. So I'm telling you, we saw the progression of the problem. Well, I didn't personally see it. I'm telling you what my parents told me, the progression of the projects declining. And that happened once Big Mama and Papa and them died. But it did not used to be like that. Not when they first opened up. Now, it still wasn't the ideal place to be. And, you know, my papa and them knew that. And like, nope, we got to get the hell up out of here. But I'm telling you. So again, even with the hood to this day, we have to be the ones to stop all of this foolishness. Because the hood, it didn't used to be like that. I'm just telling y'all, it did not used to be like that. And it doesn't have to be like that. So I'm never going to vary from what I say regarding family. If you can't keep your family together, what's the point? We have to have healthy families. And as long as we sitting up here lying to ourselves, putting it on everybody else, and our families are in shambles, you're going to keep getting the same results. We have to be the ones to take care of our families. It's not anybody else's responsibilities. They're not going to give. Why would you expect your oppressor to give you programs, to give you this or that to help you? That's not how that works. Okay? So just giving you all some, going back down memory lane, just letting you know that didn't used to be like that, fam. It was always dysfunction, don't get me wrong. But getting so far away from just fundamental root stuff, it's not good. No. It's not good. All right, so I do have something to bring. Shout out to Brother Odel's in the house. Brother, I'm finna bring you on in a minute, but child, I got something for us tonight. Child, I got a couple things. So I'm gonna start out with one thing, and then we're gonna jump into another. So this what I want to bring to y'all. Let me bring it up. All right. So, damn it. I'm gonna have to try to find it. I was trying to find that photo. I'll save this one because I want to find that photo because I'll save that one for later. Okay, so let me bring the first thing. I'll switch it up. So I'm chilling, minding my business. And this video, let me pause it. Runs across my feed. And somebody in the comments, they had recommended this channel, and I so happen to already be up on this channel. So the person of this channel put out this drop, and I'm like, damn, much respect. So let me share this with you all. Let me see what, hold up a second. When do I need to start at? 32 minutes. Okay, let me, where's display? That's display capture. Okay. And let me see when you all are getting it, YouTube. Do. Da. Dag, y'all, I want some greens. I'm pissed because I want some fresh greens. Because in my farmers group, somebody was showing they collard greens, and my motherfucking feelings are hurt. I want some collard greens. I don't have none, y'all. And I don't like that shit in the bag. It's so much stems in there. I'm like, ugh. Okay, so this video, huh?
Remember them collard trees?
Yeah, you know what? Now, I ain't finna lie. Cali was the first time that I saw them collard green trees. Baby, I hit the floor.
They kept growing and giving.
Because they stay all year long, and because the weather, so all my southerners, yeah, fam, I saw a collard green trees, and it was in melanated people's yards, y'all. Now Caucasian people are starting to catch on, but that's where I saw it.
I haven't seen some since.
And I knocked on that person's door. I said, and they came to the door, and I said, I'm sorry, I don't mean no harm. I said, but I know that ain't no collard greens. And she fell out. She said, girl, yes, it is. I said, child, no, it ain't. A tree, y'all. And it grow real tall, and you could just pick off it every year. I actually have the collard green seeds, but I can't get it to grow that far.
Yeah.
Because I'm up north, and in the south, the growth is going to get stunted because of the heat, because collards do not like all of that heat, and the taste and the texture is going to be different. So the hotter it is, the more bitter they get. Mm-hmm. And when it's cooler weather, they're more tender, and the taste is mild. But yes, it's literally, fam, go look it up, a collard green tree. And I've only seen it grow best in Cali, and I was blown away. That's how I got the little agricultural people snatched my seeds, because I was ordering some collard green seeds, and they was like, they weren't proper. I think that they was coming from China. I should have known damn better. But since then, I had got some from somebody up out of my farmers group. But I can't get them to grow like that up there. Matter of fact, I need to go check my collards. No, I think, you know what? Because I had my collards. I didn't pull them up. And right before the fall, it was looking pretty. And I'm like, oh, okay, let me go on out and get those. And I'll just throw them in a stir fry. I went out there and something had cleaned the damn collars off the damn, it was a stick standing. I was fired the fuck up.
I can eat some. I forget what that was. Grasshoppers.
What, you know, the grasshopper leaves at least a little stemmy majigga. Something had just cleaned it off. Boy, my feelings was hurt, but that was my fault for not putting the net over there. But yeah, shout out to the collard green tree, y'all. It's literally a tree. So I'm jealous on that too. So yeah, I want some collards. I'm gonna try to find me some, because somebody in the farmers group had showed they little pot, and they had y'all some smoked neck bones in there. And this particular lady, all of her meat, y'all, she does everything on her farm. Melanated lady. So from the meat to the greens, everything. She showed us the before picture of the greens. They were so beautiful. And then showed when she cooked them. I want some greens. Some greens look so good. All right. Okay, fam. So this is from the YouTube channel Straight Up. Shout out to Straight Up. It's a, huh?
Real quick, just somebody asked Indigenous American Leo is the email platform name at gmail.com. The email for the platform.
Yes, beloved. Truth UnCONPromeyezed at gmail.com. Okay. So I'm look, now you just reminded me I gotta hit my up my farmer, because I think I got those red okra from a melanated farmer. But I'll send you some. And I'm gonna order me some more too. But I'll send you a few. So okay. So shout out to Straight Up. This is a Caucasian man, and shout out to him. He has been telling the truth regarding who was whom. So check out his work. Let me just click real quick, and you can see him with the OMAC heads and all of that. So he got the black women of European nobility. Okay, so straight up, are you getting that from us? And I'm okay with that. Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. Tell the truth. Black first ladies of the United States, dark-skinned Asian people. Okay, so these are his vids. Okay. Europeans with black names. So shout out to Straight Up. So I was happy to see this particular vid. Because this is called the Black Southern Confederacy, baby. See, we took and told y'all this information. So shout out to Brother Kuimeo. A shout out to LTC, Brother Legendary Top Cats. We done took and told y'all this information. So I'm encouraging you to listen to this whole video, but baby, let's get to this thunder. Because baby, we had an idea, but I didn't have the proof. But he got the receipts. So let's get it going.
Generals Robert E. Lee. So for this gentleman, and I say that loosely, we go to the United States of America Congressional Record. It's titled Proceedings and Debate of the 90th Congress, Second Session, Volume 114, Part 7, March 28th, 1968 to April 9th.
Sis, can you hear? Because we literally like playing the video.
But I didn't have a proof.
Okay, so somebody mute up. Okay, so we're going to start the video.
9th, 1968, by the Government Printing Office, Washington. Okay, so why did I read you that long title? I read it to you because this is the Congressional Record, an excellent primary source, and they are discussing Robert E. Lee's family line. So on page 8727, they are speaking about Richard Lee, who was the first Lee in America. He was the sixth generation ancestor of Robert E. Lee. Now, turning the page to 8728, it goes on to read, Richard's descendants prospered through the following century until the time of the Revolution. There were no more illustrious names in the annals of the new republic than the Lees, except that of Washington himself. Such Lees as Richard, Henry, Arthur, Thomas, William, Francis, and Lightfoot were men of station, ability, wealth, and integrity. Two were signers of the Declaration of Independence. The list of members of Congress, governors of Virginia, and other holders of public office was endless. Young Robert E. Lee grew up in the midst of this tradition. Robert E. Lee decided on a military career at a very early age. In fact, as a young boy, he decided he would go to West Point. He finally ended up there when he was 18 in 1825. When he entered West Point, he had brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes. He was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. Robert E. Lee was the son of Henry, Light Horse Harry, Lee of Revolutionary War renown. It was he who coined the patriotic phrase with reference to Washington, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. So we can see here that Robert E. Lee was described as having dark brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes, and he was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. So we can see that he is described with three main categories: dark hair, dark complexion, and gray eyes. That said, looking at photos of General Lee, where's the dark complexion? I don't see it. The real question is, where are all the real photos of all the people that I'm presenting? As I've said in other videos that I've made regarding people of color, Robert didn't develop this dark complexion on his own. It was obviously passed down by his father, mother, or both. All right, are you guys ready to continue down the rabbit hole? Here we go. Now, let's take a look at Alfred Lee. This article comes from the Chicago Tribune dated July 20th, 1868, page 2, column 4. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Alfred Lee, the wealthy colored man who lately died at Georgetown, D.C., was the half-brother of General Robert E. Lee, the leader of the rebel armies and the president of Washington College. So, did that get your attention? Not only was this man colored and wealthy, he was General Lee's half-brother. The Civil War ended approximately 4 years prior to his death. Folks, I'm trying to tell you something here with these videos. The information is right in front of us. We have been lied to. I know it's hard to digest, but it's in black and white. No pun intended, of course. Okay, heavy stuff, right? So let's keep going on to the next Southern Confederate of color. All right, so this article comes from the Philadelphia Inquirer, dated August 23rd, 1889, page 4, column 5. And this article goes on to read, a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion, registered at the Lafayette yesterday with his wife. The name he signed was James All Chalmers, Sardis, Mississippi. General Chalmers is pretty well known to the people of this country. He was a Confederate brigadier and a fire eater of the old regime. His connection with the Fort Pillow Massacre is historical and has often been a subject of congressional debate. General Chalmers represented the celebrated shoestring district of Mississippi for several terms as a Democrat, though the white voters were outnumbered by the colored 5-1. When he was left out by his old party, he managed to get the Republican nomination. He claims to have been elected, although his opponent got their certificate. The general will contest. So this article is describing James All Chalmers, who was a Confederate brigadier general from Sardis, Mississippi. The article describes General Chalmers as a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion. Okay, so this man had gray hair and beard, yet his complexion is still brown. I hope you're hearing me. Again, he had a brown complexion, not light brown, not tawny or sallow, brown. Okay, there was one other thing in that article that I thought was very important. It mentioned that white voters were outnumbered by colored 5-1. To me, it sounds like a real motive for white supremacists to try to take over, because guess what? Colored people had the right to vote after the Civil War, and they were going to get outvoted every time. So what do you think they did? And this outnumbering in Sardis, Mississippi was not exclusive to them. It was all over the South. So in response, they formed the White Leagues and the KKK. Now, unfortunately, I can't get into this right now, but I will be doing a video addressing this very issue. All right, so let's keep marching on to the next Confederate general. All right, so this article is from the Cumberland Daily Times, dated May 18th, 1887, page 3, column 5. This article is titled General Joe Wheeler, His Reminiscence of the Fall of the Confederacy. And the article starts off, I had a chat with General Joe Wheeler the other day. He now represents one of the northern congressional districts of Alabama in the House of Representatives, and he is one of the most striking characters in the South. He is short and slim, nervous and wiry, and he does not weigh, all told, over 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and a full black beard, into which the gray is fast creeping. He dresses in dark clothes and wears his Prince Albert coat buttoned tightly around his little frame, making it look smaller than ever. He apparently does not care much for dress, and he wears a soft hat which he now crowds upon his head, now sticks in the pocket of his overcoat, and now carries about under his arm. He is a very popular man among his fellows, has nothing of the snob about him, and is as pleasant a conversationalist as you will find among public men. So, as you can see, General Wheeler was described as a short and slim, nervous and wiry. He weighed 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and full black beard. The author was very descriptive: black hair, dark complexion, black eyes, and beard. Note that complexion is in its own category. All right, so this next piece of evidence comes from the book A Long Shadow, Jefferson Davis and the Final Days of the Confederacy, page 38. This book was authored by Michael B. Ballard, and the paragraph reads, Judah P. Benjamin, the only cabinet member who had not been at church services that morning, was probably the first to arrive at the meeting, for he was already in his office, only a few feet from Davis's, when the president arrived. He had spent most of the previous evening packing documents to be shipped south in case of an emergency. Adjutant General Samuel Cooper, who considered the threat to Richmond no matter of levity, had been outraged to find Benjamin singing and whistling to entertain those who worked with him. The Secretary of State had an irresponsible sense of humor and a keen mind. Now 53, he had had a successful legal and political career in Louisiana before the war and was the first professing Jew to be elected to the United States Senate. Benjamin had served the Confederacy as Attorney General and Secretary of War before becoming Secretary of State in 1862, and his actions had often been controversial. Yet there was probably no one in the government that Jefferson Davis trusted more. Benjamin was short, swarthy, and stocky. Well, we can see a few surprises in this selection, right? First of all, Judah sounds like he was Jefferson Davis's trusted advisor. However, he was also his Attorney General and Secretary of War. Secondly, he was a Jew. Now, some of you know the Jews in literature are always being referred to as being black in the past, prior to the 1900s. I have had several subscribers ask me to create a video on black Jews, and I plan to do so. And finally, we can see that Judah Benjamin was described as short, swarthy, and stocky. Actually, there's a fourth element I want to highlight. Isn't it ironic that the president of the Confederacy's closest confidant was a black Jew? Just saying. Because aren't the white supremacists today always hating on blacks and Jews? We've been misled, folks. Alrighty then, moving on. Now I've shown you the black leadership of the Confederacy. I hope you don't think the troops they commanded were all white. So let's take a look at some of the troops. Alright, so this article comes from the Daily Intelligencer, dated December 25th, 1862, page 4, column 5. This article talks about the 1st Virginia Volunteer Infantry by company. It goes on to read, the following soldiers are reported absent without leave. They will return immediately to duty, or if arrested, they will be treated as deserters. Major and Provost Marshal General for Virginia. And just as a side note, I like military roles because they tend to be very descriptive. As you're going to see, the soldiers that deserted are described in detail. Why? Because they want to know exactly what they look like, especially their complexions. Obviously, you could have 2 or more people with the same name, so telling them apart is much easier when you know their complexions. Have you ever noticed in modern times, government driver's licenses, IDs, passports don't have complexion as a descriptor? That's because they have color photos now that show someone's complexion. Okay, so back to the article. These soldiers I presented thus far in the video are all of European heritage, some colored and some white. Some of these soldiers may be listed as having a light complexion. That's different than a fair or pale complexion. Light complexions, as you've seen, refer to people we call light-skinned black people today. Remember, it's all about the complexion. All right, so under the first company, Company A, we have William Maxwell, private, age 34 years, eyes gray, hair black, complexion dark, height 5 feet 9 3/4 inches, occupation a mariner. Under Company C, the first soldier is white, Henry Brooks, private, age 22 years, eyes brown, hair black, complexion fair, height 5 feet 11 inches, occupation farmer. So from this point, I'm only going to read off the soldiers of color. All right, so still in Company C, we have Samuel Chase, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Samuel Stillwagoner, eyes blue, hair light, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Henry Stillwagoner, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation miner. Those last 2 are probably brothers. Both have dark complexions. All right, moving on. Company D, George W. Howard, eyes gray, hair black, complexion light, occupation farmer. Martin Birch, eyes black, hair light, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Company E, Benjamin Ryan, eyes gray, hair dark, complexion dark, occupation steamboatman. Perry Baldwin, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Patrick Aho, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation boiler. Thomas Gardner, eyes black, dark hair, complexion dark, occupation farmer. David Householder, eyes gray, hair light, complexion light, occupation laborer. James Cahoe, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation boiler. Henry Farnsworth, blue eyes, hair auburn, complexion light, occupation cooper. Company H, Jeremiah Ney, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. William Shepard, eyes gray, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Joshua Hickok, eyes, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Jonathan Barker, eyes black, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Abner Minor, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Company I, William Bednell, eyes dark, hair dark, complexion light, occupation coal miner. Company K, George M.V. Pierce, eyes blue, hair dark, complexion dark, occupation laborer. William Kirkland, eyes black, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Okay, that took a little bit of time, but as I mentioned, complexion tells the story. There were 34 soldiers listed in this article. 21 of them are men of color. That tells me something. These soldiers were from Georgia, and a majority of these men were of color. That gives me insight into how many soldiers of color were fighting for the Confederacy. Again, please hear me. The Civil War was not about oppressing people based on complexion. It was about culture, power, and money.
All right, fam. So I encourage you to go check out the rest of this video. He laid this out. This is from the YouTube channel Straight Up. I highly encourage you to subscribe to his channel. Much respect to you. He's not sugarcoating nothing. He ain't trying to explain stuff away. He's telling it like it is. So I'm looking forward when he does his other video that he mentioned on the topic. So this one is called, on the other different topics, this one is called the Black Southern Confederacy. So y'all heard that Robert E. Lee was black. So that monument in Stone Mountain, Georgia, y'all know what I'm talking about. That monument in Stone Mountain, Georgia, of Robert E. Lee, and it was a bunch of controversy around that because they're like, you know, he was a racist white man. No, he was a black man.
Sure was.
Now, let's also, right next door to Stone Mountain, Georgia, is a town called Lithonia, Georgia. Literally, you can cross the street, be in Stone Mountain, you can cross back over the street, you're in Lithonia. Lithonia, Georgia is on record as the oldest and first black town. Now it's making sense. Now, the history that they tell you about Stone Mountain, Georgia, is that it was full of racist white Confederates. And back up in the day, white folks just used to live there. So again, Robert E. Lee was black. Okay? So the next time y'all go to Stone Mountain, Georgia, and I highly recommend you go there. The park is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. And if you want a good workout and you want your nerves to be bad in the process, walk up that mountain. Because when you get to the top, it's absolutely gorgeous. You can see the whole city of Atlanta skyline. Absolutely beautiful. But that Robert E. Lee, they have him depicted as a white man, but you see the description, he was a black man. Just like we told you that the Confederate They were lying to you. We showed you the different confederacy flags with Indian nations
Right.
involved as well. Okay?
Amen.
So the whole thing that they're telling you about the Civil War is not accurate. Like we've been telling y'all. And you saw where he gave you the receipts, went through the various other Civil War Confederate leaders being black, aka melanated. There was even one that was the counsel to somebody or the other. I can't remember specifically. And they list his particular religious heritage. And he was black. He even went through the military records of those Confederate soldiers. And we can't say that, oh, well, no, although they were just describing dark skin, they was really white folks. No, because he read the white record to make sure you couldn't use that excuse. Just like on the census. So if you were white, they said you were white. And other folks, they described dark complexion. These are the Confederate soldiers. So help me to understand how the Civil War was talking about white people trying to keep black people enslaved.
Wasn't.
When we keep pulling out these receipts that you had black confederations.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Straight Up. Again, this is called the Black Southern Confederacy. I highly encourage you to listen to the vid in its entirety. And we'll drop a link in the chat of this video so you all can watch it as well. So very, very, excellent job. I love the receipts on Robert E. Lee. I was like, clutch imaginary pearls. Clutch imaginary pearls. So you want to shut a quote, quote, white Confederacy down? Waving that Confederate flag? I'd laugh at it now.
They took it.
I literally laugh at it now, and I can pull up the record. So now, how is this your ancestor stuff? When I see Indian nations on this,
Right.
and I see black land on this, yeah, that same Confederate flag that you want to wave as white supremacy, you want to run that past me again?
You know, Rhonda, one of my greats was a Confederate soldier.
It doesn't surprise me.
He, they were charged with losing their land if they lost the war. So they took off their feathers and put on them Confederate uniforms. They have pictures of them in the VFW in Texas.
Yeah, we have literally one of our pictures of Confederate soldiers, Confederate soldiers, black Confederate
One of my
soldiers.
neighbors just stopped by and was listening to this, and he gonna talk about. He's like, "Why is his dad and his granddad named Robert Lee?"
Baby, he better go rewind.
Guy. And I was like, "What? This is not happening right now." So yeah,
Right. I'm trying to find a picture, y'all, of
the names. You see, they took the names, and
yeah.
They're telling the story that we took the white Europeans' name, but
No.
other way around.
It was the other way
And that
around.
goes the same with because I was talking to Sis Tamika about these First Nations and them getting the tax exemptions, and they have the Indians not taxed in there. And I be seeing these certain documentations and them having to prove, showing their nation identification card and they tribal, information and stuff. And a lot of times, if you just look at the name, you would think this is a nigga. Like, you'd be like, what? Hold on. Then you see the ID card, you'd be like looking like a whole Asian, Latino, white person or whatnot. But name be like Robert E. Lee, Derek Jackson, Tanya Wilson, or whatever, what you would think of would sound like, the typical American mixed with a European name
Right.
would sound like.
Right. And that's why I'm saying, the reset stuff, I really believe is real, because as you're going through your census, those census records, you will literally see identical names. And you have to really pay attention to them records, because you're like, wait a minute. Are those is that my people? That's Caucasian people. Well, they got my people's name.
Yeah, they do.
And around the same time frame. So it's a lot of funny business that's been going on. That's how we've been busting them on them Indian rolls. That's exactly how we've been busting them on them Indian rolls. It's like, okay, we've been black all this time on the census, but now I get to the Indian rolls around the same time period, and you got my people's names, and now you white, and y'all went to Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So we know how it was done.
My uncle died a couple of years ago, and I didn't get a chance to go to his funeral. But there was a white family there to visit, we respects to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he told my sister-in-law the correct pronunciation of his name, because they changed the name so they can deal with the Texas, what they call it, racism, bigotry, where blacks have to, switch off their identity because of racism in Texas. And so the white people told us what our real name was. Because they carried it.
Right. So white supremacists, Confederate people. What's this? What's this? Out of Alabama. Shiloh. That's some black European Jewish stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Chickamauga, Rocky Face, Black Land, white supremacists, Confederate, that's carrying this symbol. What's this? This ain't y'all stuff. This is not your stuff. The Confederacy was not for a race of white people to enslave black people. Now, your white ancestors could have been a part of a confederacy fighting on behalf of the South. Okay? So you can shut that whole white supremacist argument down right here. Right here. Okay? So go on with the foolishness. We not for this foolishness with this false fake ass history. We ain't got it to do no more. We the ones that was sent back that said we're not having this foolishness. You're not going to bully us into it. You're not going to lie us into it. You're not going to gatekeep us into it. It is what the hell it is. We got the receipts. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. I'm looking for that Black Confederacy. Another picture. Go ahead.
They were fighting Lincoln. Lincoln was a European black. And Lincoln and those people set up the Democratic Party to keep us down.
And you notice in Straight Up's drop, he was saying that the one person was a Republican. So even the white Republican Party, y'all know, that was black. Republicans were initially black. So we ain't here to play with y'all either with that foolishness.
That's right. They were fighting Lincoln, who was a Democrat.
We're not trying to hear that foolishness that y'all talking either.
Nope.
Because that war was not what y'all telling us it was. Let me bring up this other picture. Because this is actually the cover of the series that we're doing. What's this? Ain't that soldier?
Took off their feathers.
Ain't that a Confederate soldier in the gray? Because didn't the other soldiers wear the blue? And the Confederate Southern soldiers wore the gray? What's that he's sitting in front of? This dark complected Confederate soldier. What's that he's sitting in front of? And it's interesting. When I was in 8th grade, we took a trip. And I want to say it was the capital. It was Springfield, Illinois. And I don't know how the Civil War stuff came up. And we got the opportunity to buy like the hats. We literally bought the Confederate hats. No, we had the opportunity to buy the blue hat or the gray hat. My ass picked the gray hat. And so everybody was clowning me. Oh, why the hell you picked the gray hat? That means slavery. That means slavery. And it was just something in me. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm still picking the gray hat. And everybody clown me. And damn, y'all, I'm literally just remembering that. So something in my bloodline made me pick that motherfucking gray hat. I was literally the only one in that group that picked the gray hat. That gray hat represented the South. So again, if the Civil War was about white people enslaving black people, the Southern white people enslaving the black people, and the people up north fighting the war to free the black people, why do we have on record black Confederate soldiers? Why do we have on record and in the congressional record black Confederate military leaders, including Robert E. Lee? And why is this black soldier sitting before us in the Confederate uniform with the gray and in front of a Confederate flag? I'll wait. So this is how you shut down folks talking that bull crap about what the Civil War was about. And this is why the argument on reparations based on slavery and based on skin color, you got a lot of proving to do. You got a lot of proving to do. And I'm not even saying by no bit that slavery wasn't going on, because we know that it was. You had Indians that were captured. Little bit of African, very little Africans on the American, what we're calling today, the United States. Most of the Africans were in South America. So we're not even saying slavery didn't happen. It absolutely happened. But guess what? That slavery that they talk about, they were black slave owners. Because that's who was holding the seat of power at the time. So again, if you're trying to get reparations and your claim is on your folks being slaves, and it was white people enslaving black people, you better have the records to prove it. You better have the records to prove it. And that's why the claim of reparations is on an individual level. It can never be on a collective level. Never, ever, 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 ever. It has to be at the individual level, because you have to prove what you are saying. And guess what? As you rolling up for reparations, white people can roll up for reparations too, baby. Yeah, because white folks were slaves too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have to prove that. Were your folks just on an indentured servant contract? Or meaning they were laborers? Or were they kicked up out of Europe, given a prison sentence, and that prison sentence was an indentured servant? And you can't make the excuse that the records was destroyed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, they were not. They are there. Because one thing about Europeans, they gonna keep them some records. They know who they kicked out. Black and white. They know. You can pull a ship manifest. If your folks came from Africa, you can pull the ship manifest. So y'all can keep sitting up here playing games with yourself, but you ain't gonna play them with me. You have to prove what you are saying. Because they already know. Trust me. They already know. That's why they ain't issue nary of a payment. You ain't finna smooth one over on them and get some reparations based on your skin color. And it's not based on them being racist. It's based on that's not what happened. And if it happened to your people, then you should be able to prove it. And if they give it to you, white people can get it too. And I've been consistent with that because I look at the records. So this is how you shut down that whole concept of white supremacy and confederacy. Yeah. This is how you shut down all black people were slaves and the Civil War was fought to free black people from slavery. There's no more conversation to be had. It's in the congressional records. You do realize we said congressional records. Congressional records. Not that bullshit that they put in your school textbooks. The congressional records. Military records. Eyewitness accounts in newspapers. And photos. Those are your sources. Those are your receipts. So now go up against that and prove that wrong. You can't. All right. So that's that, fam. Because they ain't getting that. They can't explain their way up out of that. All right. So, all right, Brother Odel. Let me see. You can unmute. I just changed it. I thought I had it off. I changed it where you can unmute yourself when you're ready. And then in the meantime, I'm going to work on pulling up the next thing I wanted to show y'all. I forgot I got to show it to you from my tablet. So, Brother Odel, whenever you're ready to come on, we ready when you ready, beloved. Okay, so we can get into this stuff. So, while Brother Odel is getting together, let me bring up the other thing I wanted to share with the fam. Okay. And shout out again to Straight Up. That's so appreciated. When I tell you, much respect to you, because that information that you're putting out, you're doing it for the truth. And I respect that for you being a Caucasian person. You know, much respect to you, because that's how it should be done. Okay, so thank you, Straight Up. And I'm looking forward to the rest of your work that you're going to put out. Much respect, much appreciated. Okay, so let me get fam to... Y'all know I be trying to mind my business. I do try to, for the most part, mind my business. And I ran across a series called, and Son Scotty, you probably know this. And shout out to Sis Don Napoleon. Check her out. She's on, I'm not sure if Sis is still running her stuff on YouTube, but I know she does Blog Talk Radio. She usually airs every day. No, she starts at noon. So shout out to Sis Dawn. I have hella respect for her. And she's trying to get through this series as well. And I was like, hang in there, sis, hang in there. Because she's like, I don't like it, it's boring. And I'm like, sis, hang in there. It's got a lot of jewels. So, Son Scotty, I don't know if you up on this. Now, you got to have Showtime, fam. Okay? But the first episode, they put on YouTube for free. It ran across my feed. So... This is called The Man Who Fell to Earth, baby. Now, this is a remake because David Bowie did it back up in the 70s. And I didn't like that effer. I saw it in the 80s and I was, let's knock the hell out. I didn't like it. So they made it. Showtime did. And so I'm telling y'all, it's the bomb. So I think this is either 4 or 5 episodes in because it comes on Sunday. And child, I be up at midnight. Like, okay, it's time for me to watch this. So this is The Man Who Fell to Earth. And this is, oh boy, most of the actors in here, melanated actors, the main ones, not most of them, all of them are Brits. They're from the UK. Cause this is dude, I know y'all done seen dude in a lot of stuff. I think he is such an excellent actor. So you're gonna notice a couple of those actors. Our dude from The Wire, not my ex-husband that I divorced, not Idris, but another one. Y'all will see him in there too. He's a Brit. And then the lady that's in there, she played also in The Last Wise Standing. Melanated lady in that. She's in this. So this is The Man Who Fell to Earth is a sequel to the 1976 movie of the same name, one that explores what humanity can look like to an outsider from another planet. I don't know who you are, Gulf Coast, so no. In the film, the alien's name is Thomas Jerome Newton, which that was David Bowie. Newton, hiding in human form, seeks help from other humans to bring water to his home planet, Anthea. Now, I want y'all to remember this name. What old boy them planet name is, because the new character is going to be the same. The new sequel, it's going to be the same thing. In the 2022 sequel, this alien, Faraday, and I'm not finna butcher this brother's name, I think is Chiwetel, also has somewhat the same mission and a connection to Thomas Jerome Newton. Oh, see now, okay. So Newton was the old David Bowie. See, I didn't like the David Bowie one, so that's why I didn't pick that up. Played by Bill Nye. He is looking for Justin Falls, Naomi Harris, who is his only chance at saving Anthea. Now let y'all know. Okay, I'll just read a little bit more of this. Episode 1 of The Man Who Fell to Earth shows a separate timelines where we meet Faraday with him as a tyrant king and tech god, Will Wonka, speaking about evolution to a crowd wrapped in attention. This presentation goes side by side with other timeline where we see him when he first came to Earth. Now, I'm going to stop right there. That's why I'm saying they got the first episode on YouTube for free. Go check it out. Because, baby, when he first came to Earth, they show him how he came through the portal. It almost reminded you of Terminator scene when he came through the portal when he was naked. But the difference here, fam, they showed him where he transformed into our quote human form, but before he transformed into that, his skin was like green, looking like reptilianish. And I was like, blink, 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 blink again, blink, blink, rewind, rewind. I don't want to lie up upon these people, freeze. And so I'm like, okay, this finna be good. So it says, after his ship crash lands in the desert in Los Alamos, New Mexico, his skin adopts a human form before he sets off on his yet unknown path. Faraday reaches a garage where he finds a water hose. He is thirsty and ingests the whole pipe. A guy at the garage notices this, mistakes him for a tweaker, which is a drug abuser, and immediately calls the po-po. A police car arrives, and one of the two police officers literally puts the hose out of his mouth and then takes him into custody. The next morning, he is questioned by a female police officer about his background. He empties a bottle of water in one of the go and then reveals that he is from Anthea. So remember this name, pointing to the skies, and that he is on a 9-hour mission. It is here that he learns the word Faraday, surname from the badge of the officer interrogating him. When he asks if he wants someone to get him, he mentions the name Justin's Falls. Okay, so I'm not going to go through this first episode, but the Justice Falls is the melanated lady. So when the two strangers meet in the car, Faraday asks Justin about her research and why she stopped working. But Justin clearly states that she doesn't want to engage with him about it. However, we do get bits and pieces about her experiment, especially the fact there is nothing on Earth capable of storing what? The plasma energy she was experimenting with. After this, Faraday falls asleep. We see visions from his dream of his wife and daughter, while Justice speaks to her father on the phone while driving. She reassures her father that she has money. Yeah, we ain't gonna go to all of this. So what I want to say, when they first met or whatever, and she finally decides to, okay, I'm gonna try to help him, whatever. And they were in a restaurant. And so she was like, what you talking about? You an alien, this, that, and the third. So she wanted some proof. And so he was like, okay, I'll give you some equation he was fencing to give her. So he writes on a napkin. He starts writing out on a napkin these letters. They really weren't letters. And I immediately, soon as they showed it, I said, wait a minute, that's cuneiform. Oh my God, that's cuneiform.
Uh-huh.
And so they said, the lady Justin said, what are you, an ancient Sumerian? I said, oh baby, this finna be on and popping. And so as the episodes keep going on, he was revealing the formula. And they had to bring another character in who's connected to a tech company. And basically, he showed this other gentleman the actual formula. And the gentleman, because he had to prove to the gentleman who he was. And so the gentleman said, when he showed him the formula, he said, wait a minute. This is base 60. Nobody on this planet knows how to calculate using base 60. Base 60 is the numbering system of those Sumerians. So just a whole lot of jewels dropped in it, fam. So let me get to the point, because I remember the planet that old boy said he from. So yeah, let me, damn it. Let me go on and share my screen. Hold on. I got to find the technology thing to share my screen. I forget what I call it.
One of the worlds.
Yeah. Yep, it's them worlds. And I can only blow it up on my tablet to show y'all. Hold on a sec, fam. Let me turn this off. Cause now I got to find it. So bear with me here. All right, Brother Odell, and whenever you ready, you can. You could just come on. Child, I done forgot the name of the app. What is it called? Name of the app. Android app to display on tablets. It's on here somewhere, child, and I done forgot the name of it. Because it's called something. And I forget what y'all call it. Let me go to settings. So hold on. It's called something. What is it called, Rhonda? This is only my second or third time using it. What is it called? What is it called? It is called... It's not that. It is called... I gotta show this to y'all, so bear with me. More connections. That's not it. All right. So anybody else got something to talk about while I'm looking for this? Damn, I forgot the name of it.
Sis and bro Nuwa on the line.
Y'all can unmute yourself.
Muted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
You know,
Can they unmute themselves?
Yep, they can unmute themselves.
you know the.
Well, they said.
Oh, let me let
Nuwa
them
said-
in.
Yeah.
No, they're in. Let me unmute y'all. Okay. Brother Odell, you can unmute yourself. Brother Nephew New, while you're unmuted. Okay, hey, yeah, y'all chop it up until I can find this damn app to display this stuff.
Well, I wanted to say that you know the dragons, which is the representation of this virus, and representation of the C_IA, and this FB_I. They are those people too.
The bloodlines, correct?
Yeah. And so that shooting dude represents that bloodline.
Correct. It's meant to create hysteria within our ranks, essentially.
Right.
Divide and conquer, chaos, order through chaos.
And they are from worlds beyond the poles.
Yep.
And with that reference, Auntie, you were talking about the individual turning to green. It made me think of Osiris, how he was depicted as a green entity.
Oh, I didn't think we
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
too. Remember, they are on that picture you're looking for. Isis?
Yeah. That's the whole bloodline right there in front of us.
And he looked like a bird too, didn't he?
Well, no, that's their helmet. Their what do you call that? That's what they use. They cover themselves with that. I believe they're a reptilian form once they take that off, but they put that on to make themselves look presentable to us.
Yeah, exactly. So we got some visitors on this planet that is not always us.
Yeah, correct. So it's more of an energy. You have to test people not on a skin color.
Yeah, exactly. What you say? Everybody's there's skin folks that ain't kin folks.
Right. And what I've learned is really, I'm seeing that it's religion that's really dominating things in terms of Protestant and Catholic. And what I've been learning is the Catholic sect is really the original sect that they're pushing.
Right.
And it's really through the order of the Pope that they want us to follow. Basically, I look at it we talk about the Roman Empire, but I say the Roman Empire is their manifestation of the culture that they want us to live by, where everything is depicted or decided from the Pope, basically. And the Protestants is basically the Pope's enemy, because it's basically giving man free control over himself rather than control being dominated by the papal bulls. And from what I'm seeing, that is the war that we're really seeing. It's the Catholic sect trying to reestablish themselves as the dominant figure. As we say right now, Christianity is under siege, but we don't realize the Christianity we're talking about is the Protestant side. The Catholic side we're not talking about. That's not in jeopardy. That's not going nowhere. That's really what is in dominance, as we learned today, is the Pope that's controlling a lot.
Right. Biden's he's Catholic. Biden's Catholic. Pelosi's Catholic. All of these folks is Catholic, I think.
Yeah. But they don't.
Catholicism is just fucking occultism, just passed
Big
down
time.
and given like a Christianity. Constantine took the fucking occult paganism and made it the state religion, and that's what it was. So you get, you fucking get all your little mythologies from the different cultures and just like, let's all canonize it into this one state religion and call it Catholicism, Christianity, whatever bullshit. But really, they give you all this shit and you think you fucking worshiping some Christian God, but it's really just a remake of some occult shit.
Yeah, and they're in that on that map under the name Zeus.
Right.
That's
It
them.
all keeps you from realizing the power that you have within yourself at the end of the day.
That's the goal
Peace,
for you.
fam.
The peace, sis, reflection.
Peace.
That's exactly what it is. They want you to take you away from your inner strength, and then you actually give that power, that energy signature. You give it to them, as it says in your Bible. Lay down your energy to the Lord. I'll give all your praises to the Lord. So this nigga ain't shit without you, because he needs your energy to be a manifestation of what's going on.
Brother Odel said these are these different places that actually takes your energy that you give to them. So those are those inner world places that are using your energy to when you're reincarnated, depending on how you done already given up.
Well, I'm trying to understand that this whole reincarnation thing is their trap. That is the trap.
Exactly.
That's their trap.
Egregors.
Yeah, it's the recycling of our souls. Like, we were supposed to be ascending masters, but they have cut us off at that ascension level where now we're, as you said, we're going to come back again. But why?
So ISIS is in that place. ISIS is in that place. The Pope Zeus is in that place. All those people, was it 198 he said was there in the inner world? I think that's what
It's all the same bloodline. They're all this. What I'm seeing is it's different sects that are coming down, in a sense.
Yeah.
Different generations.
Different sex, yeah. I agree to that. But they all in that inner place, some of them under the dome and some are not under the dome. That's what that book was saying.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And so they're all siphoners of our energy if we allow them to take it.
All right,
Right.
fam.
The main energy is like, as you say, Mother Nature. Like, they're siphoning that as a whole, and they're using that manipulation to siphon our energy as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because they're really the invaders to this planet.
Parasite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I found it. I got it, fam. Dang, I had to go through so much. Okay, so remember old boy's planet's name?
Yeah. I feel.
What's this?
Where are you looking?
Did y'all see the planet next to Castor?
Yeah.
I get it.
Instead of Athena, they just changed that T to a A They changed the AL to AT. Ah!
I think that's what you're doing, Focus.
Do y'all see it? Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is.
Toxic land, next to toxic land.
Right. So I'm like, okay, so did
That symbol looks like the crescent moon.
Yeah.
yeah. But you know, that's what do you call it? An ice wall.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
Oh, that 300-foot ice wall. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was kind of like thrown back. I'm like, wait a minute, because when they said the planet that old boy came from, I'm like, I know I seen that name. So I came back to the map, and sure enough, there you have it. And so you can see within this little area, they even have toxic land.
So he wants water, right?
Yeah, that's what they saying.
He built some of that ice he got around him.
He got a bunch of that. So only thing I could think of is that their water became toxic. Because what they were saying in the show as it progresses, they're saying that the water was drying up because it was boiling.
Oh yeah, the land is toxic.
Yeah. So I came and ran to this tablet and got to blowing this motherfucker up. I'm like, oh my God, there it is. I'm like, but there's toxic lands down there. I wonder if their particular land got the same toxins in it, and the water is boiling because it's chemically laden.
Yeah, that would be that green stuff that you were seeing.
Yeah, because that's all these portals is different chemical equations. And you got to get the chemical equation or the coordinates or whatever. It all goes together. And so it's just different chemical equations on chemical equations to go through these portals to get to these worlds. And so it ain't always ice walls, you know, sometimes it's a different type of walls, you know, plasma walls.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what only thing I'm thinking, but I'm like, that's the land that old boy came from, and their land got toxic some type of way. Now, that ain't the only part, y'all. So this all spoiler alerts, but still watch it, because y'all gonna pick up even more jewels than I picked up. So they got to the point where they had to go to this conference to convince the lady that's over the tech company, whose father used to work with one of the other out of town folk. Not out of town folks, alien people. And he's transitioned on. So they had him go to this conference to convince the daughter to work with them. So he wound up presenting at the conference. They pretty much crashed the conference. And so they was like, because it was somebody else up there at the conference trying to prove out their little formula. And so he was like, nah, his formula wrong. He walked up there, interrupted the little man, corrected his formula. So the panel people was like, who you be? And he was like, I'm just telling you his formula is wrong. Well, why are you here? What do you want? And he said, I have a device that runs clean energy. And he broke down how long it'll run, this, that, and the other. And they're like, you have a prototype. He like, yeah. So he pulled it out of his pocket and he showed them. Now, here's the thing. And the plasma thingy, it lit up that entire, and this was in the UK, y'all. It lit up that entire UK block. And so they were blown away at the conference. But prior to that, when he was talking to the melanated lady, he showed the pure form of his prototype. And the pure form of his prototype, guess what it was, fam? It was an electromagnetic coil. So he is literally trying to rebuild the black sun for his realm. And he said, quote, "You all are going to have the same exact issue on this planet." And so the melanated lady was like, well, okay, I'm going to help you build it. But when I help you build it, I'm keeping the prototype so we can rebuild ours. Now, of course, they didn't say black sun in there. But based on the description of what he said the device is, and, how the device operated, and he showed it in its pure form, it was an electromagnetic coil. And the higher it spun, you saw it shape into a cube. And he says this also needs water to run as well. And I just sat there with my mouth open. I'm like, oh my God. This alien is trying to rebuild the black sun for his particular realm. So, yeah, y'all check it out. It's The Man Who Fell to Earth. It's on Showtime. And so this map that I'm showing y'all, shout out to this. And this is Terra Infinita. So y'all see their information. This is from the book. I'll show y'all the book. And they actually just released, because I just ordered it. They're making this entire map into a wall where you can hang it on the wall. So I just ordered that bad boy, huh?
A poster. A wall poster. They're making it into a wall poster?
Oh, no, it's like a, what do you call it? A tapestry?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a tapestry is normally out of fabric. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So I just ordered mine. So as y'all can see, these are the different worlds. And anybody that's going to use this, give these people their credit. This is their stuff. Okay? Don't be a lowlife and steal people's intellectual property and you don't want to give them the credit. Give these people the credit that they deserve. All right? And I'm going to show y'all the book in a minute. Okay? So these are all the different worlds. Okay, so we showed you the world that old boy come from, which y'all, that tripped me out. I was like, hell no, they put that stuff up in here. Blew me all the way back. Okay, so y'all see there go the Anunnaki, them funky ass, right there. Inky, Pinky, Linky in them. And as all the stories goes, they the baddest ones on the block. Okay, because they had the technology. All right, so I was trying to find us, y'all. I found us. And then, damn, we're next to the tall whites, y'all. The Palladians on this map. So once you find the Palladians on here, you'll find us. And all of those people talking about Atlantis and Lemuria, there it's on here as well. It's just not where you all are saying it was. Damn, y'all, I can't find us on here. But if you look at this map, you can find us next to the Palladians. We're on here. Okay, but that ain't why I'm showing y'all that. Okay, but just giving you another preview of this map. And sure enough, I was just blown away that, oh boy, they mentioned the name of this particular, they just changed that AL. So they just changed that AL to AT. I think they changed the AL to AT and then the H to N. And I was just blown away that I'm like, oh my God.
In a lot of them languages, the consonants are interchangeable. I mean, the consonants are interchangeable. So you can take the motherfucking T, turn it to a K, turn the V into an N, all kinds of shit.
Exactly. I was trying to find us on here, y'all. But on here, if you find Pleiades, you'll find us. We're like right next to it because Pleiades is bigger. But there you see.
And then a lot of these be the names in Greek mythology, and a lot of names are like constellations and stars.
Exactly.
Like that Castor, Pollux.
Yep, y'all see the land of Jupiter on there. That second Earth, y'all, made me scratch. And let me blow that second Earth up. I know we ain't on here for this, y'all, but
I'm just so curious about the different colors of stuff, like the brown from the black, from the red.
Yeah, because the brown is land, desert land. Let's be clear. Desert land. Huh?
I'm thinking red is lava.
Oh, I didn't think about that. And we know green is green. That's land, and that's fertile land. Okay, but y'all see this is second Earth, land of the clones, and you see America too. That made me straight up scratch. And I don't know if that's Europe outside of there or... Yeah, that's Europa. That's Europa too. All right. Damn, yeah, I'm trying to find us now and I can't find it. But if you find Pleiades, we're like right next to it. So I'm not going to spend that much more time on it. Okay, so let me show you the book. So y'all will know. And this tripped me out. Unknown Zone. Because remember, this whole thing represents one universe. So all of this represents one universe, fam.
I think I see it as one big crater.
So this would be outer space.
Exactly.
Like you're just going out and across.
Correct.
To the unknown lane.
You're right.
Through portals of different types of chemical equations. So like, yeah, whatever. Through different portals, basically.
Right. And that's all of the Sirius. Y'all know Sirius A, B. Although I don't see C on here. I think it was on here. I just wasn't looking. I think I missed it before. Child, last time I was looking for what we're calling Earth. Of course, when I got off air, I found it. But just to give you a clue, if you find Pleiades, we're right there. We're like right next to it, and then you'll see Atlantis and Lemuria and all of that. So, child, I can't call it. It's on here somewhere. So y'all see Nibiru, Marduk, Planet X. So it's all there, and that's the custodians. You see Jupiter, all of that jazz. Okay. And you see Anunnaki land. Oh, there we are. There we are. That's why I keep missing it. Child, I was scratching. So y'all see Pleiades. Let me blow that So that's the one right next to Pleiades above Anunnaki land. That's us. So the circle within the circle within the circle, that's us. So you see how close Anunnaki land is to us? The motherfucking funk ass. And the land of Mars. So that's us right there. That's why I keep missing. And it's kind of hard to see it on here. I had to like go down and look at it close. But yeah, that's us. So now you should be able to know when you see the Anunnaki, when you see Mars, which makes sense. Because don't they tell us Mars is the closest planet to us?
Right. And why the Anunnaki came to fuck with us? Because they're right there.
Right. I remember they was telling you that Mars, if you look at all of the ancient mythologies, and they say Mars was a what's the face? A holdover place where they could fuel up their vehicles and all of that.
Staging area.
Staging area, thank you. Okay. So that's that. So we buy all of they motherfucking funk ass. You see the Dracos right above.
And technically it looks like we are in the center.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in the center. Yep.
That's why it was this whole thing about like, is the sun going around us? Is the sun the center of the universe, or is the earth the center of the universe? And they was not trying to let motherfuckers believe that. And for one thing, that it wasn't an earth round thing, but that this realm was just the center of it all, like the nucleus.
Right. Right. So as you can see, each one of these particular lands or craters, it has its own ecosystem.
Right.
And this would be really the one ring to rule them all. Because really, while all these other entities trying to come here and sit on our throne and like make fucking royalty, like you came all the way here to claim dominion and like,
right.
Like you from
build up your motherfucking shit. Yeah, because if you see us in the center, only part that they're showing us, you see the white circle around it. That's the ice wall.
Yeah. That's our dome.
That's our shit. Exactly. That's what they have us enclosed in.
That's right. Called the firmament.
So if you can't, y'all can't see it because it get blurry when I blow it up. But you have Lemuria on the outskirts, on that outer realm, and all of that. So ain't this a circle within a circle within a circle?
Yeah. And that's like where they have those hidden meanings of the circle within a circle.
Exactly.
Or the the boule, how they have their depiction of the lion holding over that globe, that sphere. That's
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you see, they got us locked the fuck down in case in an ice wall.
Well, no, because look, you also have the land of the Dracos up to the left. And then you got the Anunnakis down to the
right. That's why I said we surrounded by they motherfucking asses.
Yeah.
Remember that at Gigi, sis, you always talked about their Gigi. Work their ass on Mars, this, that, and the third. See how close that shit is?
Yeah, so it's probably the Dracos and them came to Mars, got their shit together, and they whatever entryway they had, it was probably through Mars. That's probably what it is, actually. Their entryway.
Yeah, you can see the gateway if you look at it real close.
Yeah, I can see that little land bridge.
Yeah, you can see the little bridge from Mars over to
our sphere.
Yeah,
outer sphere.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what it also says about this? Is the person who wrote the movie is also from their places too.
Yeah, they have to get the reference.
Child, I ain't gonna sit up here and lie though. I did not expect them to call out their planet. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. I said, I know. Soon as I heard the name, I said, I know that name is on that map. So there you have it, fam. So let me give you the book. Come on, thing. Now cooperate. Shit. Trying to give you the book. Show you the book. It's not gonna let me. There it is. So because I'm on my tablet, y'all. So this is the book. You can get it, order it on Amazon. It is in Spanish. It's in Spanish. So that's why I didn't physically order the book, because I'm not fluent in Spanish. I still may go back and physically order it just to have it for my copy. But if you're not fluent in Spanish, then you need to get it and then get it on your tablet or phone or whatever and just translate it to be able to read it. But it's a real easy read. But this is the book where that map came from. And they go into details of the major players on how they fit into the story. They go into who is whom. So it's a real easy read. You can literally get through the book no more than 2 hours if you read it straight through. But you're going to be so fascinated, it's going to take you longer because you're going to be blowing up these maps like, oh my goodness. Okay. So that's that, fam. Let me take this mirror screen majiggy off.
It's like Hollywood is so Hollyweird. And they tell us this stuff when they talk.
Well, remember I told y'all that they always they get them, they're handed those scripts, those sci-fi scripts.
Yeah.
Them people aren't writing those scripts. I've been telling y'all that for years. They're handed those scripts.
The budget to make those movies in itself is ridiculous. So
yeah, they're handed that stuff. If you all go back and look at, even if we want to use Star Trek for an example, the one from the 60s, look at the technology. Every piece of that technology that they had in the 60s, they have introduced it today. Only thing is they ain't introduced is the teleporting. So that tells me that their ass already doing it some type of way.
yeah.
But all of that, the phone watches, the TV screen phones, all of that shit they were showing you in the 60s. And now all of a sudden it's new technology. Oh, okay then.
And you know they coming out with the new Avatar.
I can't wait for
it's
that.
called The Way of Water.
Interesting.
You know,
That's something to share out to you if you have a chance.
they have the trains underground, I heard, that do warp speed, you know.
Maglifts. Yeah.
To be
Oh, yeah.
honest,
Hyperloops. Yep.
to be honest, I think that's how they're moving between some of them worlds.
That is how they're moving.
Yeah.
The deep underground bases.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay, I'm
Because like I said, they always showing us these maps, and it's just like from aerial perspective. You don't know how far these domes are going underground, these firmaments, and like what they can, how much transportation is happening subterranean.
Yeah, the catacombs underneath the ground that connect them all.
exactly.
And the different portals that's underground, like when we saw in that Under the Dome, like they jumped down over an underground cliff in a cave and went through a portal to another dimension.
Sure did.
Yeah. The water, like through a water gate.
Yep. Sure
Right.
did. They showed us. That's why I was like, oh my God, that Under the Dome is the truth. Okay, so I just pinged Brother Odel. Brother Odel, we ready when you ready.
Auntie, can I drop something about the Black Sun real quick? that I
Yeah,
found?
absolutely, beloved. Go ahead.
So this is I'll say it's conspiracy because I don't have an actual I can't say reference this and reference that, but I've been seeing this pass through my feed for a minute. Could you let me share my screen, Nancy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me. Matter of fact, I need to turn that on anyway. Okay.
So basically, it's what's your friend's name? The one that shows us the depiction of the world. Deep H2O, I think it is. No, that's the other guy. Vibe of Cosmos.
Oh, Vibes. Yeah. Shout out to Vibes of Cosmo. So come on, Vibes. I need you to drop something on that now.
So I'm going to expand on kind of what he was basically referencing, because when you guys were talking about the black sun and how the refraction and the parallax of the black sun makes up the sun and the moon, it's hard to explain to people. But I found something that, let's say, it says it's a 33-degree Mason that's kind of breaking it down. But there's an they didn't let the person speak. They let the robot speak for him. So, but the person draws an image of what he's talking about, and it makes a lot of sense. So I just wanted to show the fam that, and we can basically see that for ourselves. So how do we want to do it?
Okay, and as you bringing it up, okay, Vibes of Cosmo, I need you to this don't have no music or nothing in it, nephew, does it?
No music. It's just the.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Don't play it yet. I gotta display it. Yeah, but let me display it for the YouTube family. Okay, Vibes. So based on the map that I've been showing, I know your map shows our particular universe. So Vibes, give us a drop on your thoughts on that. Although your stuff is still right on point. You're literally showing us our area, and you mapped out all of those different other what they're calling stars and stuff. And just this map has expounded on that, showing those other different worlds. So
yeah, because he gave us the reflection off the moon, and
he sure did. He mapped it on out. So yeah, Vibes, I'm waiting on you to put something additional on it. So Vibes was right, and so are those other people. Vibes mapped out the entire thing. These people just went, not just because it's a big thing, and gave details of what Vibes had mapped out.
Elaborated on what he
exactly. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm running my trap.
And this is just to add on what Vibe is saying, because the perspective, as we know, they've lied to us regardless. Our guys, everything they've told us is a lie.
A bold-faced lie, or bald-faced.
So the perspective, the perspective that we live on a spinning sphere that's hurtling throughout the world, and we're revolving around the sun. That concept is a bloody lie.
Yes.
Okay? I just want us to understand that. So what I'm about to show you here is just piggybacking on Fiveless Cosmos perspective, and it's basically a person breaking it down on a simplest form. Are we good to go, Auntie?
Yep, we good to go. They can see it.
The video, he shows a CD or a disc. He immediately draws the geometric shape of an oblate spheroid.
Well, it has music, but...
Are they Greek or is this Russian?
Spheroid with a disc that has a hole in the center. Then, below, he draws a circle with a swastika inside and immediately paints it completely black.
Now I want to stop it there as soon as he shows it. Because this is what people are afraid of. This is a racist fucking symbol.
Nephew, who is this? Because are they Russian?
I can't. I don't have a context for who.
Because he just drew a black sun underneath there. But child, I'm with him. Keep going.
Right, because I've been trying to find the original, but I can't. But like I said, I'm not gonna wait. I'm just gonna show it for the fam, and y'all can figure it out. Find it if you find it. Drop it if you got it.
Okay.
Yeah. So exactly that. This is the black sun. The symbol that we all see, the swastika, is the representation of the black sun.
Facts.
so he just paints it in.
Sure
Here's the Bible.
did.
From
Vibes,
this
is
black
that you?
circle rays come out in 3 rays pass through the hole in the center. Below he writes, still, one of the possible meanings of this black circle may be the black sun.
Bang.
You seen that before?
Reliefs on the edge of the hole and writes North Pole.
That definitely looked like Russian language.
It does.
No, the subtitles is in Russian.
Okay, okay.
Like I said, it's coming from it says it's a 3rd-degree Mason, so I guess they didn't want to actually say that.
You better stop playing with me.
So they voiced it over with a robot, and they gave it a Russian subtitle.
So, nephew, real quick, can you back this up with the part where he showed the black sun symbol? Because I want y'all fam to pay attention to that symbol. Sis Sandra, is that the symbol you saying you saw on old boys? The other one. Go forward a little bit.
I got you. That's what I'm talking about.
You good.
Still, one of the possible meanings of this black circle may be the black sun.
Okay, there. Sis Sandra, is that what you saying? You saw, let me unmute y'all. I don't know why y'all can't unmute yourselves.
Check your settings later on.
Yeah, and I have them on there.
Well, they didn't show the circle. I mean, they didn't show the black sun. They just, X22 just said it was there.
Oh, okay, X22 did. Okay, but fam, when you see this, that's the symbol of the black sun. And the Thule Society's logo, I can't remember. Do y'all remember if it's the entire black sun or is it just the one spoke?
Isn't it? Are you talking about the SS? Or
well, yeah, I know the SS symbol.
The SS are 2 spokes.
The SS is 2 spokes. So all of that supremacy stuff, no, that SS is coming from the black sun.
Right, and they're paying homage to it.
They're paying homage to it because it's a secret society from the Thule. And I thought the Thule, I can't remember if the Thule is just the one spoke or if it's the entire black sun. So when you all see this symbol,
it's like 2 of them. It's like just a circle with the cross and like part of, it's kind of hard to explain, but you gotta look at it. It's just the black sun, but it got the cross and like parts of the spokes going in circles. So yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can look at the flag and see that.
Okay. All right. I'm ready, nephew. And then the fam is asking, can you share the video in the chat later so they can go back and watch it? Okay.
I'll definitely do that.
Okay.
He draws reliefs on the edge of the hole and writes North Pole. And above this hole inside what would be the celestial vault, he draws a star, the polar star or Polaris.
And one thing, he says it's a vault, which means we're locked in celestially.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I found to be the best understanding that he gave out was this Polaris star, because we were thinking that the moon and the sun was just the refraction just basically off of the dome. But what he's going to show you is that it's basically, yes, the reflection off the dome, but it's being manipulated by the polar star. So I almost want to make the accusation that these motherfuckers are in that polar star system, and that's how they're manipulating the realm. So they're using the black sun as the emitter, but then they're using their shit to make up what we're looking at as the moon and the sun. You'll see it.
Yeah, it's like satellite technology.
Look at it as holographic technology.
That's interesting.
I got it now.
That's interesting. We with you. Keep going.
I lost sound. I did. Did I not?
He marks 2 points and connects them in a circle and writes equator. He draws 2 lines that go down from the polar star to the 2 points. The lines form a triangle.
Mm-hmm.
He highlights 2 of the rays coming out of the black sun and also forms a triangle, but vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
First triangle.
Yep.
Yeah. I got this.
All right. There I do. There go our cousin.
This is the macabre feels like it's. I can see what he's doing. It's that stuff that I show. Yeah. Keep. This guy's got it, man. I'm feeling this.
Yeah. We keep going, nephew.
It's all the energy
tight.
in the realm. I get it. Yeah. This guy's
The
sick,
7
man.
principles of Hermes Trismegistus. It appears on the Emerald Tablet and then in the Kabbalion.
Yeah. The tablets of Thoth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He erases the intersections and draws the sun and moon.
Trapping the souls. Yeah. So trapping the souls from the energy of the realm. Yeah. It's sick. You can see the points of the sun and the moon. Yeah. This guy's sick. Yeah. This guy's sick.
He laid it out.
He makes a gesture of rotation.
That's right. Yeah. So they're manipulating it. Yeah.
Yep.
He draws 2 arrows to show the distance of the moon and the sun. Both are 3,300 miles or 5,310 kilometers away.
3.
Yeah, 33 degrees in Mason. I might have stood with mother and son.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it's good, man.
And in your 53rd harmonica.
Yeah, 55 harmonica I refer to, yeah, or 55, yeah. She was on the Saturnalia stuff. Yeah.
He's laying this out.
Wish I knew what he was saying.
Then he measures the diameter of the sun and moon, being the same with a diameter of 32 miles or 51 kilometers.
They're both the same sphere. They're nothing different in a sense.
There's still refracted light that's controlled by magnetism, but
it is. That's exactly what it is.
Draws continents on the surface and on the other side as well.
This is where you get the hollow earth theory. Whereas land underneath or inside of the earth. And we're basically a flat disc. We're not
not no doggone ball.
So you know what I mean? We're encased in one, but no, not like that.
He points both sides and writes same.
As above, so below.
Below he writes summer land.
Get the hell out of here.
This is a tricky part.
Okay, let's see. I'm like, let's see.
He draws rays coming out of the black sun and writes northern lights.
Yep, we with you. We with you, boo. Yep.
The radiation that interacts.
Yep.
The center of the drawing is equal to the Mason symbol, which is a square and a compass.
There you go.
Yeah, moving son.
I know double symbol.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the realm. Yeah.
That's the realm. Ain't that a MF? Back that up, nephew, if you don't
soul
mind.
Of man. Soul of man.
There, right there. Child, I know y'all secret society people. Go on and give us our shout out. I know, boo. I know.
Yeah.
So
This
they're
is why
literally showing us the makeup of the realm with that.
Yeah, that's kind of what thing it does with inertial blood when it shows us the pillars and it does all that breakdown of the gates and stuff that I was doing before. Right. But yeah, with the pillars and stuff, and it shows how the constellations and stuff like it kind of breaks. That's good, man. This guy's sick.
Yeah, he's real good. And so Kel said, what about the solar flares? That's real easy, sis, because because the sun and the moon.
It comes from the fractions again from the black sun.
Exactly.
It's still the energy from black sun.
It's still the energy from the black sun.
Sun, it just emits it from there, and it's just like the guy said with the macabre field thing. It still reflects it through that, and it just reflects it through that. Like you said, like the energy just comes through that, and it just we see that as a flare. Simple things from that's not hard.
I don't even say that. I want to say what we're seeing at they're calling a flare. Remember, that is a composite image. That is not an actual camera that's looking at the sun. All of their imagery that they're showing us, they tell us blatantly it's a composite image. So if it looks like that, great. But I'm not going to say it looks like that.
Okay, I give you that.
Everything they're pushing on us. Remember, if they're telling us this is what the sun looks like, look at it. It's not what the sun looks like.
Right.
So I'm not going to say it's not, but based on theory, I call it bullshit. I'm just going to say bullshit on that.
That's fair.
Theory is what they're going to say is the global warming. We got to do this because of that, and this and this and that. I'm saying it's bullshit.
Wow, yeah. Dig, somebody else said a good question.
I like how he pointed this out because we really is, like you said, we're really just seeing the reaction of this. So like what's happening beyond that reaction, like you said, the polar star or Polaris or whatever, that is the part we're not seeing. So the hologram and whatever the reaction that's happening from the refraction, we're not seeing all that. So whatever we're seeing is the shit that they want us to see. That's the
exactly. And yes, Sis Kells, you got it right. The Polaris and depicted in this picture is the all-seeing eye. You got it, sis.
Facts.
You understand it.
I wanted to realize is because it technically is the all-seeing eye from our standpoint because it doesn't move. From our reference, that star stays in the center.
Right, it's fixed.
It's fixed in place from our reference.
It's like a magnet.
Right.
It's the polar opposite magnet of that black sun.
Correct. And they're using the energies inversely to create what we're seeing, that hologram called the sun, called the moon.
You know, DJZPE.
Say that again, sis. I didn't hear you.
DJZPE. He's making a comment.
Who? Oh, what did he say? You should also know that the swastika comes from the Hopi country in America 30,000 years ago and represents Orion's belt in all four. Damn. DJZPE. Let me read that again, baby. Thank you, beloved. Let me read that again. You should also know that the swastika comes from the Hopi country in America 30,000 years ago and represents Orion's belt in all four seasons, in all four quadrants of the sky, four directions. Yeah. So, in other words, the Hopi tribe knew something that we're just learning now, because that swastika, the origins of that is the black sun. And we told y'all when in the book of Enoch, and I'm starting to hear now other people talk about the book of Enoch and the black sun. You ain't cracked no code. I was the one that cracked that code.
I even see them talking about the study that we did with the mind, when they deciphered how consciousness works. I even see people talking about that.
Yeah, them patents and shit.
Yeah, always jacking somebody's stuff and not giving credit. But so the Hopi, they were using the swastika. They knew a whole lot more than they're being given credit to. And they were right on the money with equating that swastika with the seasons. Because that black sun, which represents that swastika, determines the seasons.
Right.
And the book of Enoch detailed that out for you as well. I'm sorry. Go ahead, child.
No, I was just going to say they knew a way long time ago that we were in this dome and it was terraforming. Like they knew enough to be able to map it and know that like, oh, this is something we can chart down to a science and we know it. We can pinpoint it. We got the coordinates for it. This don't seem natural. This seems like some setup shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's the equinoxes.
I'll say like this, Scotty, is more of they were there when it got set up.
I agree.
Yeah.
I 1000% agree, nephew. Because remember that we were saying based on that one book that the lady said that when these folks came to this particular realm, there were already people on the planet in America.
Right. And they did try to teach us the science of their shit.
Yes.
They were teaching us. Remember, they were teaching the science. If you go back to Egypt, you see them teaching the science. So it's not like this science just came out of nowhere. It was taught to us.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, their colonization science.
Yeah.
Yes. So this shit is so diluted. So you had the natural organic people of the planet.
Right.
That saw when the colonization happened. And when we talk about the colonization, we're talking about the terraforming. So meaning the cutting down of the ancient trees and the putting of the dome and the installing the black sun on top of the natural ley lines.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. There was an original bloodline from the Americas that saw all of that happen. So the cosmic colonizers taught the science, which is their technology of the black sun and all of that jazz.
And that's why it's now within the secret society.
That's why it's in the secret society.
Yeah, I got to call it Masonry.
Who's Herman Biff? And they keep trying to put that. You know, Herman Biff in the casket in the sciences, it's a woman. And that's who's in that casket in masonry.
DJ ZPE, shout out to you. Jesus is an Algonquin word for the sun. So Algonquin, the Algonquin language, Jesus represents the sun, which is accurate. We've been telling y'all that.
Yeah.
So I told y'all that y'all sitting up here swinging regarding this religion, and I told you you're doing what? I told you it was sun worship.
It has it in Malachi. It's in there.
So shout out to y'all. Y'all bringing it tonight, baby. I'm here for it. We got some grad students in the house tonight.
On a roll, we talking about.
I'm feeling y'all. Grad students and PhDs, baby. I'm feeling y'all. Okay, nephew, we ready. Child, where you get this vid? We here for it.
It says it clearly what the sun worship is. It's the sun. It's UN.
Child, I never be the same with this compass. You ain't gonna be able to tell me nothing. You understand me?
Yeah, and that's one thing. They paint this information with the darkest demonic and oh my god, it's the Illuminati. Oh my god, and you're like, whoa, it's science. What the fuck?
It's technology. Absolutely.
You heard of technology?
He points out the ray coming out of the black sun toward the moon, and then he erases the face of the moon.
This is where the control is. Because they can control that phase.
He's telling you it's based on the way that black sun moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, the phases of the moon.
Exactly. He's showing you the phases of the moon.
Signs explaining that the sun doesn't light up the moon.
Eclipses and all that.
The black sun.
You heard, he just said it. The sun don't light up the moon. It's based on the movement of the black sun.
Right. And I'm guessing if the black sun isn't in right parallax with that ray coming from the polar star, that's where you get that variant.
Yes.
So Christianity is sun, S-U-N.
It's sun worship. All of it.
And
Islam, all of it is sun worship.
And really the sun worship is the worship of their technology.
It's the worship of the black sun. Let's be clear.
Right.
It is the worship of the black sun.
Because the black sun is giving the energy to make that sun.
Exactly.
So when you're worshiping the sun, it's really the black sun you're giving credit to.
Exactly. And the Hopi had already told y'all that.
That's the Father, Auntie. Sorry, I have to say that there's the Son and the Father, and there's the Holy Ghost, which is the moon. Because it disappears, essentially, right?
Yeah, I guess I never heard of it like that, but I'm taking your word for it. I'm good with that. So the Hopi done already told you that the swastika represents the seasons. Enoch had already told you, because Enoch said he went to the top of the heavens and he was able to look down and he saw these gates and he went into specific detail of the procession of the sun and the procession of the moon. And I told you when he was talking about those different gates, he was seeing the black sun in operation.
Right. And the point that he's at is the polar star.
Exactly.
Even in your Bible, it says that Jesus went to the highest mountain.
Exactly. They're talking. He was talking about. He had to be at the Polaris point in order to look down and see that black sun, and see the movement of it.
Because you have to look directly down, straight down. Yeah.
He was at the poles because he described the poles vividly. After not him. What's his name? Elijah. What was it? Elijah?
Child, you know I don't be knowing them other biblical folks.
Up that didn't die. He was describing the North Pole when that is covered over now by ice, but he described it by when it was not covered. So he was looking at the whole earth.
Exactly.
Elijah was taken up. That's what it was. Not Enoch was up there too, but Elijah described it in the Bible. And he said what the earth actually looked like before they covered it with the snow.
Oh, see, I'm going to have to go on and check out what old boy Elijah said. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's be clear. You know what the sun is. Refracted light from the black sun, same as the moon. Only thing is and remember the sun and the moon, they're also outputs of like a magnetic pool, an electromagnetic pool as well. Okay, total opposites. The difference with the moon is you see the reflection of the moon is of the entire realm of Earth.
Right. And I also want to say that the light itself is different. So sunlight we know as to be warming, but moonlight is actually cold. If you stand in the shade of a moonlight, you will be warmer than if you stand directly in light. This is why when it comes to weather, they manipulate the weather like this. Because every time I try to see the moon, I see it happen. When the moon is coming into its full phase, they emit a lot of moisture into the clouds. The clouds go up, and the moon cools that cloud down. This is where you get your precipitation from.
Damn.
And that's how they're really the realm. Because again, that light is cold, and I see it because I'm on a farm. When it comes to the full moon phase, it's always raining, cloudy. When it comes to it's very center. Like, you know how the certain phases just before it goes to very, but when it's a full moon, they cover the sky. And I'm like, what's going on? And I start to realize the weather, what happens, it starts to rain really erratically or it would snow erratically, depending on the temperature. The moonlight is doing
So let me just break this down again, because you're just confirming for me what I had finally had done. Oh, Dig, why they mute you back? I don't appreciate it. I didn't mute you, brother. So even everything, this whole particular realm, it's manipulated by technology down to the weather.
Down
Basically,
to the weather.
what you saying?
Yes. Well, now I think now they've gotten to the actual. They taught us what we needed to do so that they could have more control of it, more finite control of it.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of it's all technology, and it's basically physics in a sense, but it's all technology. Because, for example, when it comes to the moisture, what you guys don't realize, these power plants are not they're not power plants. What they're really doing is they release moisture into the air with their cooling stations. And that the amount, what we see is we see a stack bellowing white smoke. But what you don't realize is you don't see that over an hour, over 2 hours. That all that moisture that they release into the air is actually in the air. It forms clouds. So now you can use Doppler radar. What you guys don't realize, the Doppler radar is how they stare the storms. It's a high energy electromagnetic pulse energy.
Clutch pearls.
The radar, I'll drop a link on my channel. The radar is throughout the world. It's throughout everywhere. This particular radar is everywhere. It's like 5G. Everyone's complaining about 5G, 5G. Doppler radar. We're thinking it's HARP. No. Again, that's the front. Hey, look over here. HARP is doing it. No, again. Doppler radar.
Okay, nephew. So let me ask you this, because I feel also that they control the atmosphere pressure.
They do that through like I said, the moisture.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what
you do that because again, you're bringing in more. Remember, we're in a sealed environment. This dome is sealed. But when the water is evaporated, like a pressure cooker, you put water in a pressure cooker. There's no pressure. Now you put that under heat. The water starts to
heats
evaporate,
up, and then it steams.
Yes,
I knew it. Right. I knew it.
This is why they're trying to keep it cool. So when it does get hot, they block the sun. When it's in wintertime, they keep us in a cold environment as much as possible. One day you see the sun, next day it's gone for a couple days. Because they don't want the sun to warm up the environment, create that pressure, create that heat. They can't live in that environment.
So in other words, I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh no, I just wanted to add something on too about the temperature and what's happening with the chemical equation that's happening. So like the electromagnetic sun coil is actually radiation.
Absolutely.
And so the interaction with these noble gases in the etheric realm is the reason why the sun is hot, because that radiation is interacting with hydrogen and all of that, as opposed to
more than just hydrogen. There's all the noble gases within the atmosphere is interacting with, and it's causing that chemical reaction. Yes.
Absolutely. I'm so proud of y'all, because all I was going to say was that don't y'all understand now why, if that black sun is faulty, it can either run very, very hot.
Yeah.
Meaning, i.e., it puts out a lot of radiation, right?
Correct.
Which would make it hot. Or if it dies out, that means it's not going to put out any radiation. So then what would it be? Cold.
Ice Age.
And then also the gases in the etheric, the noble gases are at different temperatures themselves. So it don't sometimes what's making the moon is that it's going to be mostly neon, and those temperatures are way lower than a hydrogen gas.
Absolutely.
And also that with that, it's I'm learning science. Covalent bonds. So the chemicals, water, H2O. Yes. But you can separate the covalent bond of that chemical H2O with electromagnetism. I know
say that again for the slow ones in the back, nephew, because baby, they need to hear what you say. Say that again. Thank you.
Slow it down.
Slow it down. Slow down. Yeah.
Y'all are ridiculous. All right. Water is comprised of the chemical composition of 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. It's held together with a covalent bond, an electromagnetic bond holds the molecule that we know as, or the atom we know as the hydrogen atom, and we know as the oxygen atom. An electromagnetic bond hold those two atoms together. When those atoms come together, they form the substance we call water. So by applying an electromagnetic field to your said water, you're able to disrupt that covalent bond, and you're able to separate the hydrogen atom and the oxygen atom. This is something we call HHO, hydrogen gas. Call it out of.
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew. Finish.
That's fine. So, like when Scotty is saying about how the sun is a different gas, and yes, I would say that because hydrogen is very hot. It's very explosive gas. So it's what electromagnetic frequency are they manipulating? Are they pulsating within those laser beams, as you see, that's going down to the cardinal points, that's making that square, that triangle. So one frequency can be, let's say, frequency A, the other frequency can be frequency B. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying the sunlight is different from the moonlight, and it's based on the frequencies. It's not just the chemical reactions in the atmosphere, but how they're manipulating their frequencies will cause different actions to happen.
Agreed. Now, I'm just going to refresh y'all memory. See, I told y'all, we in PhD in grad school over here, baby. We don't play.
Honor roll, actually. We on the honor roll.
Okay, and y'all ain't finna hear this from nobody else.
Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
Okay, because Vibes of Cosmo, I give my shout out to, and Brother G, I never pronounce your name right. God something or the other. I give him the shout out. Okay, but y'all ain't fencing to hear this from nobody else. So y'all remember when I said to you all that when they cut down those ancient trees, what did I tell you they did?
Terraformed the weather and everything. Terraformed
put in the dome.
They put in the dome, but they backfilled it with what?
Oh, water.
Water.
The water wasn't.
So all the water that we see today on the planet, I told y'all, go pay attention. When you're seeing these beaches, when you're seeing what they're calling mountains, you're going to see one or two things. You're going to see either a desert, and with desert you have sand, and go look it up. Sand is made of silica. So those are the sawdust from the ancient trees.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, Blaze talk about this when the ancients used to have the fight. That's when the stuff was put in the realm. Blair knew about this. Keep going.
Yeah. So the other thing, look at the oceans and all of that. And when you see what they're calling those rocks or mountains sticking up out of the oceans, that's what they backfilled with water when they cut down them trees.
Yeah.
So basically, they trying to cover up the shit.
It's deeper than that. No, because nephew just described to you, they need the water. What do they need the water for? This is the Jeopardy question. And I gave you the answer at the beginning of this segment. What do they need the water for?
Athena, their water was toxic.
Right, but I'm talking about in our realm. No. Nephew gave you the answer. I gave you the answer. They need the water for the black sun and the atmosphere.
Yeah, to work. This is why the weathermen can pinpoint the hour, the day, and the time, the minute to the minute, when you're going to have rain and when you won't have rain, when you have snow and all this kind of stuff, because they manipulate it.
Exactly. Kel's got it. Shout out to Sis Kels. You want it, goddammit, tonight. To power it. She got it. She got it. The water is used to power it and to help control the atmosphere. Nephew just broke it down beautifully. So anybody y'all coming jacking our shit, you heard that from Nephew Nuwa. He broke that shit down beautifully. That's why water is needed. That's why in The Man Who Fell to Earth, I took and told y'all that he said their planet needs water and he has to rebuild the device. And I told you that device he needed to rebuild was the black sun.
Yeah. So
okay.
Dying out, and so that confirms what you said before. We said that it's dying out, and they're losing control, and by controlling that, they get a chance to erase our memories.
Yeah, they can go and fuck themselves with all of that.
Yeah, that's been shifted as we know, as I explored already.
Because you're not fencing to put that on us. So when you come out talking about something, you need to rebuild the black sun, we gonna tell you go fuck yourself.
Build your clock. Yeah,
that's what we fencing to tell you to do. Fuck yourself. So ain't no need you putting out The Man Who Fell to Earth. I saw what y'all put in there when he said y'all gonna need to do this too. I said, oh no, the fuck we ain't.
Nope.
We don't need it. Gone with that bullshit. It's not finna happen.
Latifah Miller says water is programmable, and we're what, 60% water?
Yeah, it is programmable. Dr. Himachi did that.
Yeah, so they're trying to keep us in their program, that matrix, by keeping that black sun there.
They're trying to keep up the total colonization of the realm.
With that clock.
They need negative energy to do it. They can't do it with a positive.
That's why they keep it in your root chakra. They know it's
exactly.
If you go up to your crown chakra, your energy can't be manifested on. It's the opposite to what they need. It's inverse.
Yes, that's correct.
That is correct.
Yeah, I know why. Yeah, definitely.
Exactly. So when I told y'all we didn't need no sun, there wasn't as much water on the planet. Are y'all understanding it now?
Yeah. And because remember, right now we have trees that need water, but from what we're understanding, our trees was based on silica. Were they using water like that? I don't think they were.
No. Why would they?
They wouldn't need that. Yeah, they were feeding their energy directly from source, where they have their black sun feeding off of source.
Yeah.
Exactly. And to power that black sun, they need as a coolant that water.
Yeah,
exactly.
We saw that too. Yeah, we saw that in there. That picture that Brother Odel showed us with the recycling water, where the water has to come back into
the
I'll pull it up at some point. But yeah, I think I sent it to a thing. But you're right. Look, keep going though anyway. But
keep going with the video, child. We didn't learn it or something new tonight.
Yeah, we forgot about that video. The video. Oh shit.
That was the bomb drop. We ready, nephew.
Actually, I think that was it. I think it's just the end of it. Yeah, that's the end of it.
Okay, he's just showing the different variations.
Yeah.
And they keep showing it to us over and over again.
Yeah, in different formats.
Yep, in different formats.
So where we think it's folktale, where we think it's just good art. Like this is the picture that we know to see that.
Which one you trying to get to?
This one.
Yep, this one.
This is the traditional picture that we know of the North Pole. So
exactly.
If this mountain that that's really the black sun. If we were to see it, we would be seeing the black sun. So I think the mountain that was probably a tree. The
silicon tree.
Yeah, and the avatar that major tree. So that mountain is probably the remnants of our tree, and they put their black coil within that area.
Exactly. They put it underneath there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The root system.
Yeah.
Mount
Yes, that's Mount Meru. That represents the Mount Meru they talk about.
Right.
Sorry, Sis
Mount
Sandra,
Meru
go
would be
ahead.
a great silicon structure.
So Inquirer says atomic bombs release positive energy. So that's why they are trying to stop anybody from releasing a
I see that.
bomb.
Yeah, so all their atomic bombs are really fake, what you're saying. Because if they had a real one, it would release too much positive energy into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
So it's all a fear tactic.
And they don't want that.
Right.
Okay. Wow, nephew. Thank you for that.
That's basically it. I'll let it run through.
Thank you for that. The fam is asking for you to drop that vid.
I will.
Yeah, because, and shout out to whoever that was, Vibes. Was that you? Beloved, was
that you?
Vibes, was that you up in this video?
You could tell us. You could tell us, bro.
You ain't got to tell us, Vibes, if it was you. We enter and overstand, but baby, he was breaking it down.
Yeah. And like I said, it's all there. It's just in our face.
It's in our face.
Yeah,
they keep showing it to us over and over and over and over again.
The snake eating its tail is the depiction of the dome.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's once again the technology.
Trapping you.
Yep.
Yep. There you go. So all this stuff they're telling you is spookism.
Yeah.
Okay, then. And the sad part about it, even with that, even people sitting in these secret societies, they don't even, you know more than them at this point.
Well, us, because what I'm realizing is they have to go through their sects, their orders, and
exactly.
They're not allowed to know certain information.
Exactly.
And what I really, when it comes to Brother Odel, is I'm learning that even though the Pope is learned as the figurehead, I've learned that the Jesuits are really running the Pope. He's there.
Yeah, and they use the black sun. Thank you. They use the IHS.
Yeah.
The image of the IHS. That's the black sun. From keep going. No,
right. No, exactly that. Is the Jesuits are playing are really the instrument players, but the Pope is the conductor. Who wrote the notes though? Who's he playing for? Essentially, the Pope is just a figurehead. He's just a figurehead. Is the Jesuit order is more of the, let's say, the underground bloodline that's operating in full faction, and you have to take their oath. And if you read their oath, you realize who the real enemy of this realm really is. It's not black and white people. It's the people that will kill because they were told to kill. Simple.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, Master TD in Joshua 10, when the sun stood still, how does that play in? Well, you know what? He killed. I knew the number 10 was very significant when that young man killed 10. He didn't kill 11. He didn't kill 12. He killed 10.
But what does the 10 represents in numerology?
I don't know what it does in numerology, but I know that the sun stood still, and their sun is going dead.
Wait a minute, whoa! You know you cannot be in PhD and just you can't be in class
honor roll
and say a statement without backing up. Now you say what now the son supposedly and allegedly did.
Let's talk
explain.
about 9/11, and why did they skip the 10? The number 1 is the beginning. Come on.
Exactly.
Come on.
I'm gonna get to that, Brother Odel. Come on now, Sis Sandra. You didn't put out something about the sun standing still, and we need some proof. You gonna have to talk that out. Now, will you say what now the sun did what because of what?
Listen, Mr. TD posted in Joshua 10th chapter that sun stood still. That's when whatever chat was. So I repeated that, and I knew that the 10 that he killed was a symbolic number.
Okay. All right. So, that's biblical. They saying the sun stood still. Yeah. And all right, Sis Latifah, I see you, beloved. Wink. I know you got it.
Yeah.
What does the hold up?
Well, 10 is 1.
No, it is, but we need you to understand the secret society meaning behind it, because now you have enough knowledge.
No, I don't. Not today.
Well, we're giving you the knowledge. We're literally giving you the knowledge. If y'all have been rocking with us, you have the knowledge. It ain't a goddamn thing they can put before you that you cannot decode.
Yeah, this is what they don't want you to know.
There's not a goddamn thing they can put before you that you can't decode. So what does 10 represent?
Reset.
Well, 11 is completion. So
I didn't ask about 11. And 11 ain't even completion.
No, it's 2.
God, I'm sorry. This is not my day for tens.
1 and 0, 10. It's a couple of meanings.
It's a binary number.
It's binary. So what does the 1 represent in binary?
Yes.
Oh, very good. What does the 0 represent?
No.
What represents what? False. Or no, you could say no. So the 1 represents true, the 0 represents false. And isn't that a binary code to a computer, right?
1 0 1 0
Right.
1 0, just like
Right.
in the Matrix,
1
but
0.
the zero's whole.
So that
The zero
makes
is
up the
whole.
realm. They're telling
Yes, the
you
zero is
that
whole.
is the realm.
Yep.
It's stopping. The system is breaking down.
No. Stick. Though I didn't ask you to add nothing to it.
Oh, okay.
And I'm doing that for a purpose because I need you all to understand when they're putting these numbers before you, you need to be able to decode them.
Yeah, because he killed 10 people exactly.
When you see 10, you know that's a binary code.
Yeah.
And they're telling you the realm.
Yeah.
So it has nothing about breaking down the realm. They're telling you they're trying to control the realm. They're trying to put a spell on you.
Yeah, I know it's a spell for the killing the 10. You know, it was a ritual actually.
Right. But do you understand what the 1 and the 0 represents?
Yeah, around you said.
11 represents creation, manifestation. It's a gateway. Did you not see those masonry thingy that nephew showed? You saw those pillars, right? Didn't you see those pillars lined up?
Yakim and Boaz.
That represented 11. That represented, it was showing you a gateway.
Yeah, I understand that.
I know you understand, but okay, you saying you understand.
Well, I knew the pillars.
No. You're saying you understand. But
I know Solomon.
When I ask you that, if you understand, when I'm bringing up these numbers, you should be able to tell me what they mean.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind.
Okay, so what does 1 and 0 represent?
1, because 1 and 0 is 1.
Sandra, I'm going to come through this phone across this line and choke you down to the so-and-so ground. You have officially flunked. You have officially flunked this quiz. Wait, now I'm like a black mama with my scarf. Don't y'all remember that when mama was going over your motherfucking homework and she done gave you that answer like 17 times and then she go back over it again and you be like blah blah blah. Baby, that's when she go get that motherfucking belt.
I done told you.
Answer it again, wrong. Now, God damn it! What's 4 times 4? And give me the wrong answer, I'ma tear your ass up.
I haven't, my dad ate my homework, okay? No, actually, I just had surgery. So my brain is really scattered.
Now she gonna bring a medical condition up into it.
I'm not thinking on your
okay, brain. All right. So we're gonna go back over over this. We gonna go over this again. Child, I felt just like Big Mama and them. I'm like, I done gave you this answer like 4, 5 times, and you gonna sit up here and regurgitate this wrong ass answer to me again? I'ma tear your ass up. You ain't paying attention.
You asked me what 10 means, and 10 means, total is 1. So it's the realm, you say. 10 is the realm.
Tell me why it's the realm.
Because of the pillars of the 11, which is Solomon and the black. And
wrong! I got the belt and I'm tearing your motherfucking ass up. What this? Up in that classroom, you ain't learning a goddamn thing. Too busy running your motherfucking mouth. I'm tearing your ass up. No. 10 equals binary code.
Computers.
1 for true, 0 for false.
Okay.
It also represents the yin and the yang.
Positive, negative, positive, negative.
Positive, negative. It's telling you the makeup of the realm.
Flip-flop.
Did he kill 10-4? This is what I'm saying. Because he's saying it's positive or is it negative? That everything is going forward.
Let me get this motherfucking belt. God damn it, what the fuck?
Positive, negative,
you, that
positive,
10
negative,
mean?
positive, negative, positive, negative.
No!
So
it was a ritual spell.
Oh, it's a ritual spell.
They're telling you 10. They're controlling
the realm.
The realm.
That's why there's the rituals on 9/11.
Control the realm.
There's a control. They're doing a spell, killing 10, so they can cast a spell.
No,
killing 10.
The killing of the 10 is the spell itself. Like they're telling the people that know the spell, hey, this is going on. We're doing this, and you know this because we're going to do this with a 10.
Exactly.
And that 10
is where they're controlling it from. This is why they always skip it on 9/11 because 10 represents the 1 and the 0. That's the whole. The 0 is always the whole. Right. Everything comes from the whole, which is the feminine.
Yes.
From the 0.
Yeah, you're right.
So
that black sun comes out that hole.
Yeah, it comes from the whole, the 0. So that's why in binary code, that's why the computer does 1, 0, positive, negative, positive, negative. But
exactly.
That energy all comes from what the 0, the whole.
The whole, okay.
Exactly. And again, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If you want to make it consensual and easy, Auntie, the man them have the 1, the gal them have the 0. Put it together, you got 3, right? All right.
Exactly.
Yes, control the realm. Which is your 3.
1 and 0.
Exactly.
1 2, that's your 3. That's your 3.
Yeah, I know, right? 1 + 1 = 3. That's where you get that from.
Right. And that went over a lot of people's heads. Y'all know that. But
don't worry about that.
That's okay. Yeah, child, we'll be here all night explaining that one. Okay, so 11. Again, 11 means manifestation. Gateway. That's what them pillars mean. When they're showing you in masonry.
Solomon's,
Okay?
Back him in your ass.
Right? 22 is double manifestation. 11 + 11.
Right.
Yep. Which is your 4. 44. Which why they do stuff on 4 and 4.
Exactly.
Which is your 8, goes back to your 8, which is which represents 2 zeros, which actually what represents what they call God's number, but it's actually 2 zeros.
Right, which 8 they say is infinity.
Anyway,
right.
It's infinity because it's divine feminine, period, because it's circular. It's a representation of the whole.
Exactly.
And the infinity sign is the 8, and like I said, it's a whole, it's infinity, it's still a 0 when it comes out.
Yeah. Yes. 9 is completion. And again, it's still feminine because it's still circular. 6 is still circular. The numbers are either masculine or feminine because you've got these square numbers like 4, 5. Well, 5's both. You've got 4, 1,
7.
That 7's got secular in it. 4. I'm thinking the ones that are just pure masculine. 4, 1. That's it. Because the others are all rest of them are all 5's both. 5's it's got square and feminine. 5's both. 3's feminine. 2's both. 1's masculine, and then 0's feminine. Because that's how I've always done. I do it
absolutely. 0 is feminine. I mean, it's obvious. Just like 1 is obvious that's masculine.
Masculine, yeah.
It has to be in terms of both.
3's, yeah.
Exactly.
Go ahead, sorry.
No. You all nailed it, child. We wasn't even supposed to be all up into this tonight, but
that's how it works. That's how we do it.
I know. So, Brother Odel, welcome, Brother Odel, our brother from the UK. So it's on you. It's late. I want you to get your rest, so it's totally up to you. I know tonight you wanted to use it to get into like the 1871 stuff. So I'm going to leave it up to you. We can come back next week and pick up.
I don't think we should stop the subject wrong. The reason why I don't think we should stop what we're on is because
we did fire tonight. We did fire tonight, baby. Thank you, nephew.
Love you too, Auntie.
You brought that. So anybody that's... I know y'all gonna take this video, and I know it's gonna take y'all motherfuckers a while to chop this up. Because y'all stay jacking our shit. Mm-hmm. And I notice it take y'all a couple of weeks to jack our shit when we break this true science down, but you don't never want to give us no credit. That was my nephew that broke down the weather and the atmosphere and equated it to the water. You heard it here first.
Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
Okay? That was my nephew in PhD mode. Because I know y'all gonna jack our shit. All of you big channels. Don't think that we don't see you. Because you wasn't talking like this before.
Nope. Y'all talking your black reparations. What the fuck?
But you're still an ass. I don't mind you taking. Give people their credit. So you heard it here first. So shout out to Vibes of Cosmos. That's our dude, Sturgis. Go over, check out his stuff. Shout out to Brother G. I never pronounced your name properly. Go check out his stuff. And, go buy that one particular book where we put the map in. It is in Spanish. So you'll have to get a translator. Okay, so we're going to end it on that note because I know we dropped a lot on y'all tonight. Yeah. And no, we didn't plan that. That's just how the information rolled. So if you have Showtime, get into The Man Who Fell to Earth. But the first episode, it is on YouTube. And you gonna see how old boy came through the portal. You're gonna see what his true form is. I can't remember if I think they show you the cuneiform in that first episode also. So there you have it, fam. So, Brother Odel, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, I'm just gonna share something. I want to just something that's just gonna stick with what Noah said. I want to stick with what Noah said when I find it.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, nephew Nuwa. You goddamn it, you brought it. Wait a sec, Brother Odell. Let me put it up for the fam. He broke that down so eloquently. I'm like, woo, chow.
To be honest, Auntie, it's hard to actually decipher some of the stuff, like to slow down the brain process to tell y'all. Because there's so much shit, it's easier to just have it in your head than it is to tell people.
Well, you did that. You hella broke that down. Because you just confirmed to me. I'm like, I know goddamn well all of this weather, all of this stuff gotta be planned. It's gotta be manufactured. That's what I was trying to say. I'm like, it's gotta be manufactured on down to the atmosphere.
I got the receipts. I can show you how it's done.
You explained it. You straight up explained it, and it makes total sense. All right.
Well, I know they're gonna come back and say I didn't have anything on the screen, and
don't nobody give a damn about that. We PhDs over here.
They can go find it.
I asked you to stop and slow down, say the shit again, and I literally went back over what you said in plain breaking it down, didn't and you confirmed it. That ain't my problem. Nor your problem that folks can't put shit together in their mind. We told them, at a minimum, this is grad school over here.
Yeah.
So don't come over here fucking with us with that foolishness about what we don't know, because I'ma hand you your ass every time. You did a wonderful job. All right? So you give yourself, you cracked that damn code.
We did.
Shit. Okay, we ready, Brother Odell, when you ready.
Yeah, so the image was shared up. So obviously, Noah mentioned this, and this is why I put these images up, because you can see here the macabre field, or you can see what they call the Star of David, which is not, it's Marshex Alpha. But obviously, you can see you've got the energy of the realm. You've got the light, the black and the white. You've got the energy of the realm, like Noah was showing. He's right. Noah killed it when he did this, because what I was showing. You can see man or woman or wombed man trapped. You can see that your macabre feels trapped. You represent being trapped. Now you can see obviously with the religion. Go ahead, Mua.
Sure, brother. I was just saying that symbol reminds me of the Ankh.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Ankh your energy.
Yes.
It's all the same. Sorry, go ahead. It's all the same. I just want to reference that symbol to that.
In the middle. Yes.
Yeah, here, look. Yeah, this is what he's saying. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've got it flashed.
You see them holding that, and you would say, "What is that?" But now we're looking at the representation of man, essentially.
Yes, that's
that's the symbol that they tell us that it is, but it's also a technical device.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah, it's both.
What they were holding is an actual technology. What they were holding was technology.
Exactly. Yes. And when we're talking about we're talking about the Sumerians.
Yeah, the Egyptian people.
The people called Anunnaki. And this is the ones in this talk that I got broke down, who changed the realm. It was these beings who messed up the realm. This is what we spoke about. Now, the reason why I got in on this is because there's I said, look, the black sun, the Saturn, you can see it's controlling the realm. Yeah. You see here, it's controlling that realm. Look, it's controlling the realm.
Yeah.
So we're here inside it, like Noah was saying, and look, it's closing yourself off. Now, if you look at the Hindu so-called religion, you can see it's sat on the top, outside the realm.
So like it wasn't.
No, I was showing you. So the religions knew, or they know.
Yep,
yeah,
they
religions
knew.
All know. Yeah, all the religions know, or those elements of the religions. They all know that with Islam, with the moon, which is the moon worship, which is the black sun. You've got Christianity with its cross, sun worship, or sun worship. You've got Buddhism. So all the religions have all got form of worship represents that are all linked to the black Q source,
the black sun.
They're all linked to the black. All of them are
exactly
the black sun.
Now, just real quick,
that's the point I'm going with. Yeah, go on. Go ahead.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt your thought. You just brought back when the man who fell to earth, how I knew the device he was showing, the little prototype that he brought to earth, because remember, he's trying to rebuild that in his planet. How I knew that was the black sun, because I told y'all it started out as like this donut coil. And when he activated, that motherfucker started spinning. And once it spun, guess what shape it started? It morphed into. It morphed into this inverted triangle, and I immediately knew what it was. And then the final of it spinning was a cube.
Yeah. The Merkaba.
Exactly. So I automatically knew. I said, oh, shit. He's trying to get the specs to rebuild his black sun. But had I not understood what these symbols mean, that shit would have went straight up over my head.
You would have said it was racist, Auntie. Why do they have racism on television?
And it happened so quick. People wouldn't have even caught the Merkaba or the inverted triangles. They wouldn't have even caught it. But because I know these symbols, I know what I'm looking at, I knew, oh, hell to the no. They talking about, oh boy, needing to rebuild the black sun.
Well, Auntie, remember, that's their technique. They flash your symbols within their media, sigils, essentially. Like, you know how if you slow the flicker rate of they ingest, that's exactly what you're seeing. So yes, the average person wouldn't have seen it, but because you're vibrating at such a high frequency, you can slow it down and decode it.
It decoded. Absolutely. So when we keep going over these symbols, when we keep going back to numerology and astrology, we're doing this for a purpose. We're trying to unlock in you so you can remember
Yeah.
So nobody can come to you and tell you any of this foolishness.
And Auntie, I won't even say unlock. I'll say activate.
Activate.
Because remember,
I agree.
Our energy is being driven towards our root chakra with the intention not to activate, not to bring it up to the crown chakra, not to elevate our mindset.
Yes.
Once we activate a certain level of frequency, a certain level of thought, all this falls apart.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And DJ ZPE, and shout out to you, says the Star of David or Star of Solomon can be found on the flower of the blueberry. Okay, so going back to gardener, I am a gardener. And you're going to see the Star of David in a lot of it. You're going to see the Fibonacci.
Yeah, the Fibonacci. Yeah.
Okay, so now we should understand why. So it says, so can every star, including the pentagram, the pentacle, etc., etc. So in other words, now we should understand why everything in nature, that Fibonacci, the Star of David, it's because of the frequency, fam.
Mm-hmm.
What's driving the frequency? Ultimately, the black sun.
Yep.
No, I'm going to correct that. I don't think the black sun is manipulating the said frequency.
I would agree with that, but it's emitting a certain frequency.
No, exactly. Yes, they're emitting a frequency.
Yeah. Exactly. So the spin of that frequency.
Right.
That's why you're seeing it in nature.
Right.
Yeah. That harmonic, the 55 harmonic, the spinning.
Exactly. That's the spin. So that's what you're seeing in nature. And that's why the silicon trees and all of that, it had a different frequency to it.
No, the original realm did. Yeah.
The original realm did until
the original realm. Absolutely.
Did, yeah, when it first was here, and then once they cut the trees down and put in this terraforming version of it, that's basically what it's sat on the original realm, but it's emitting the what I refer to as the metatronic frequencies. When that's not from the original realm, that's what the black sun emits, the metatronics.
Exactly. So that's the science behind it, fam. But that was a very good one, DJ ZPE. Absolutely.
Oh, he knows what he's talking about.
So there you have it. Sorry, go ahead, Brother Odel.
So that's what I mean. This is what I agree with what they knew. The ancient societies, this is what's in this talk, and we've gone through this. The Sumerians, they knew, even though I've got a bigger picture of it here, they knew. You can see the Sumerians, they knew.
With their nappy beard.
Yeah,
they go to black sun.
You can see the black sun.
Tells them they're
right, they knew.
Yeah, they knew.
They knew exactly that. They knew. So all the pyramids of Egypt, because even the Great Pyramid of Giza, it faces, and I showed you this is what we're inertial soils. I did this stuff a while back. When it talks about that star, that the stuff in the Vatican. Remember I showed that stuff in the Vatican? It's got the key in the causeway, and the thing is looking down the causeway. The Vatican have got the keys to the realm.
Yeah. Exactly.
You've got this new they're not the Vatican or the IHS, that blessed bloodline out of the Ptolemaic dynasty out of Hecupta, that noise that came out of Hecupta in the 700s of Rome, and Herschel brought that down. He says it's like a grid, and he shows the grid, and he's right where Herschel spawned. So that great star, when it's meant to come, that's representative. You know that star you were talking about, Noah, that star, the precession of the equinoxes. I think it's on here. I think it's on this one. I've pulled it up deliberately on here, so we can see it on here. It's deliberate. I've put it on there. You can see there. Look,
exactly. There go the star.
The star, that's what where Herschel's talking about from. That's what it's on about. That star that's there, that's what he's talking about. In the realm, you can see here the precession of the equinoxes. This is because originally when the trees was here and there was no sun and we was going straight up here. But when they put in the harmonic, the 55 harmonic, these harmonics, this is where the switch in the realm. This is what New was on about, fam.
Exactly.
And this is the sun, the moon and the sun. That's there, fam.
Yeah,
that's
the same thing old boy drew in the video. It's the exact same
thing. Yeah. Then you got the black sun.
You got the black sun
on the sides there. Yeah. You can see it there from. That's what Nuwa is on about. You said that's what he's on about. Since in this diagram I've got here, and then you've obviously got the wheel,
the clock, the astrological clock. Exactly.
That's the wheel in there. That's what that's when they fix up the realm. That's when they put all this in, and then you've got this celestial equator. See, so you can see it all there. So
that's
this is
what's supposed to be on. That's our actual equator.
Yeah. But they flipped the original one. They flipped, and you can see it now. And this is the Saturn, or the black sun. The Saturn. You can see the Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so you've got one set of and this is what's to do with the equinoxes that we get now. We didn't used to have equinoxes, so where the moon is now. This is why you got where are we now? We're in May, so we're not native. The last one was in March, but the next one's coming next month on the 21st of June, the summer solstice. That's where you get all this the elements of the realm, the fire, air, wind, and water. This is to do with what when they put in the cycles or the seasons.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did when they put them in. This is what they did. This is how they put it with this celestial equator. That's why they put them in. So they knew exactly what they were doing. So when they these intruders that I referred to in this talk that I did, the intruders put that in the Anunnaki, the beings from Altanin, the Draco, the Weesadex. That's the Weesadex. When they poked holes in our fences with this talk, when this is what we did in this talk, when they put holes in our original fence, when they was able to finally put in their stuff in the realm, that's when they managed to get through our fence. They took down our original realm, and then they put this one in its place. This is what this talk kind of goes on about when I was in this thing. When they came here, the roaches. When they came here, the roaches, they came anti-Christian beings when they came here. This is what they put in, and the beings that they brought here with them, this is what they put in. This is why they go over the 9/11 stuff. When they was going over the stuff on here, when we was breaking all this stuff down with the different species that come in here, when we was talking about this stuff, when the species came in, this is when it was changing the elements of the realm in. I agree with Noah on this. Because obviously we had the original strands, but obviously when you get down to these other beings, they had the lost strands of DNA. That's why they've got the 9/11. When you go down to the other beings, they've got the 9/11 strands of the 9/11 strands of DNA. That's why they're talking about the realm. So all these beings, the other beings, look, Jericho got the trench strand, the Anu or the Anunnaki's got the 11. So they knew when it was breaking all this stuff down, they knew exactly what it was on about. So getting back to what Nuwa was saying, with this universe that we're in, the black strand or the black strand DNA is what they function on.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we want us venerating it. You can see the black sun, they've got the 10 strand DNA. The reason why they want us venerating is because that's what they sit on. The Anunnaki sit on there.
Exactly.
Draco reptilian, they sit on there, the black sun DNA. That's why they want to venerate the black sun.
Exactly. That's their technology. And remember the book that we just read, Terra Infinita. Remember, they said that the Anunnaki is the baddest ones on the block because of their technology.
That's the only reason why.
And that's the only reason they the baddest on the block. And they only put technology up on game to the other folks when after they had conquered them, after they had whooped their ass because they had the technology, and they're up under their command, which the Dracos are one of them. Because the Dracos and the Anunnaki was battling tooth and nail, and so they just decided to partner up and become allies. But the Anunnaki are the baddest ones on the block because of their technology. And if we go back to that map that we showed earlier from Infinite, the map that we showed, you saw that we surrounded by the motherfuckers. You got the Anunnaki, you got the Dracos up there, Mars. It all makes total sense.
Yeah, all those beings that are involved with them, the Weesadex, the beings that came here from, again, Orion.
Yeah.
The ring Drake on the Orion. This is why the Pope comes out on Solon Invictus and he waves as Orion's belt's passing because he knows who his bosses are. Remember when I showed that a few weeks ago, and it comes out. And what this again is the keys to the realm, and it shows. Remember when we might have to play that again, not obviously not tonight because we're gonna get off. But the when St. Peter's pointing down the causeway and the Vatican's got that keys to the realm, and it shows that that star. That's that star that we referred to on that I referred on the previous slide. We watched Nuwa showing on that thing. So yeah, Nuwa, have you put that video in the
I
chat?
did actually.
I'm gonna go
if
watch
you look
that
in the
again.
chat, it's there. As long as YouTube keeps it up, it'll be there.
Okay.
Yeah. He brought that down.
That video was the bomb. So Nisi Poo said the spiral periodic table or time tablet.
Let me get that. So I'm gonna.
You got it.
No, go ahead. No. Auntie, you talk it out. I'm gonna post it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you. The spiral periodic table. Okay, let me unmute you. I don't know why it's not letting y'all unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted. Go ahead, read that, Auntie.
Okay, the spiral periodic table or time tablet shows hydrogen in the middle and a spiral. So,
and it's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That I shared. It's that link that I shared above. Something made me look up periodic table because we're talking about these elements. And it was just interesting to me because I seen there was like a whole different version of this table or tablet, because that's really where that word table comes from.
Right.
It's a tablet. So we're talking about these tablets, the Sumerian tablets and whatnot. And it made me, just dig a little bit deeper, and I found a spiral version of it. And when you look at the spiral version, it just opens up a whole nother
here it is. This breaks down what nephew was saying, and then you see that spiral. Isn't it the Fibonacci?
Yeah.
Fibonacci.
What gets me is how this particular is correlated differently, and in fact that it still works. It even breaks down how it has noble gases and those alkaline metals, and how it works. So wow, thanks the reflection. Wow.
Yeah, Nisi Poo, this is hella info. This proves
the way I look at it.
Knew what I was saying. So here's y'all graph. Goddammit.
Auntie,
and the crazy thing. Real quick before I forget, the crazy thing I went to look up, if you look real close, after you get hydrogen, you got helium next, then you got lithium, which is what Li stands for lithium. That's what they use for these batteries.
Exactly, which are the ancient tree roots, but continue.
And then Be, that's another metal that they use to make batteries and electrical components.
Wow.
And then B is boron, which is also used for batteries and electrical components. But I'm going to yield on that.
You know what? That's what they're after right now, is all the lithium on the planet.
Right, but and remember, we revealed that lithium, where are they getting the lithium from?
They're getting it from Ukraine, and they're getting it from
I'm not talking region, because they're really getting it from all over the world. Where specifically?
From Mother Earth.
The root system?
The ancient tree root system. Aren't they digging in the ground to get that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Excavations.
All the metals
it's
in
basically
the
waste. It's the waste from the isn't it the silica?
Yeah.
It's the waste from that. So like it sits for a while and then it turns into lithium.
So we can figure out what the war is all about.
Yeah, and like you said, it turns into lithium. But the key thing is, I'm glad the fact you said that, it turns into lithium. But why does it turn to lithium? Because what's powering this realm, what's influencing, this is what people got to get their hands on. What's powering this realm? That's why it turns to lithium, because normally it would not do.
It wouldn't do that. Absolutely.
No.
Because remember, when they're excavating those metals and stuff, they're literally digging into those ancient tree roots.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, that's what the black sun is sitting on.
Mm-hmm.
The natural ley lines that we talk about on the planet are the natural ancient silicon tree roots.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I know this a lot, y'all.
This is honor roll class.
I know it's a lot. So if y'all start hearing motherfuckers talk about them lithium batteries come from ancient tree roots, that's us too.
If you see this image anywhere else,
that's us too. That's from Nisi Poo. And I'm only saying that because motherfuckers are disrespectful and they want to sit back and act like they're to your hundreds of thousands of followers, and motherfucker, you ain't got it like that. Yes, we want the information to come out, but you're thieves.
Respectfully.
Disrespectful.
You know, one of the things that's good about tonight is it's applicable to what we're going through right now. All of this is applicable.
Why you think we do it like we do it? I literally have a method to my madness. I literally know why I do exactly the things that I do. None of this is by accident. Now, although we got on this topic tonight, it still wasn't no accident.
No, because you couldn't even talk about anything. We couldn't talk about the war if you want.
Yeah, exactly. But we had to do something else. We have to roll with the punch.
We have to roll with the energy.
Yeah.
The natural energy. We are creators. I'm a creator. I'm not a follower. I am a creator.
I'm a manifester.
Exactly. I tap into source to bring information forward.
Facts.
We have been for years putting out this information step by step to get to this point. And anybody that's been with us throughout the years, y'all know what I'm talking about. And you've seen people come in and out off of this platform. And it's not that we fell out and we don't like each other. It's just that that's as far as the journey they wanted to go. And I'm okay with that. No shade, no disrespect to them. But we're at this point because we're supposed to be at this point.
Right.
If I was going to stay at the Anunnaki, there are gods. Do you think we would have got to this information? If I would have crowned the Anunnakis as our gods, there's no way in hell we would have gotten to this information.
We're full of sun worship.
It's not possible. Absolutely. You would be stuck in sun worship. You would just have replaced Jesus/Jesus, Allah, and them with the Anunnaki.
Inky and Linky and Binky.
So Inky, Binky, Linky, and them would have become your new gods.
Which is what they want.
Which is what they set up when the potholes in the fences, when the potholes in the fences. We covered all this in the talk that I did. We explained how they did it, how the potholes in the fences, how they messed with the DNA. We've talked about how they put the harmonic into place. We've also spoke on this on Truth UnCONPromeyezed what's happening right now with us being in the position we are in this particular part of the cosmos. Maybe Sister Brother certain I've spoken more in depth privately, but even on this platform, we've made it very clear that what they're doing is being phased out.
Exactly.
We made it very clear how they're doing that here. So I don't think there's anywhere where you haven't covered, sister. Even though there's some stuff that we have covered privately, sister. That
right.
I know for a fact that's not in the public.
Yeah.
I have even with Antoine, with stuff that I've done with even him that I've shown proof that we definitely know what they're up to, but it's still going to fail.
Yeah, it's going to fail. There's no going back. Once you grasp this knowledge, you ain't going back.
Yourself. You can't lie to
You
yourself.
you cannot. Ain't no way in hell I'm finna lie to myself. I don't give a damn who mad at me, who want to swing on me, swing on, talk about me like 4, 5 dogs. I don't give a shit.
Don't give a fuck.
Cause I'm not going back. That's why I said there is nothing that they can put before you that you cannot decode. Not a goddamn thing.
They're lying to themselves and trying to convince you of it. That's all.
That's what they fear.
Yeah, the biggest battle is conscious. We've been saying that, me and you, Sister Rana. I said the biggest battle right now is the conscious of people. No matter what they do, whether it's pork or whatever it is that they try to put, that's all what I call mind control program. It's MK Ultra style. It's trauma based. It's keeping that root
absolutely
chakra.
Trauma
that's all
based.
They want to do.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. I said it's over. Yeah. This is my shit. I said it's over. The planet herself said it's over. So therefore, motherfucker, it's over.
So no matter what they put in place, what they offer you is always going to be a fake version. Like I keep saying, they offer this fake version because it's a reset, whether this move, whatever it is they're going to offer you. It's like I always said, I've always said with these lot, they're the master imitators. Anything that they offer to you is going to be like with big pharma. You've got the plants in the realm, or whatever gives to us naturally could always have like cannabis or whatever we could take naturally from the earth would help people heal and this, that, and the other. But what big pharma does is it takes all the natural stuff, then it replicates it, and then resells it back to you from what originally it would have come from. And it's the same thing that they do. They're master manipulators, so they sell you a dream, but it's a fraud.
Absolutely,
but it's obviously it's a lie. Once you're out where we're at, it's obvious. No matter what it is that they're going to bring, you sit there and you just laugh. It's laughable.
Yeah, it's laughable at this point.
Because whatever they offer you. Go ahead, Noah. Go ahead.
Now, listen. The biggest lie that they sold everyone is your American dream.
Yes,
because the only way you're going to get that is if you fucking dreaming.
I know that's right, and it's a fucking nightmare. It ain't even no dream.
Well, when you wake the fuck up, you realize it's a motherfucking nightmare.
Right. And Cece said they need us, we don't need them. You absolutely right.
Yes.
They're a parasite.
Yeah, they're parasites.
Parasites.
That's exactly what it is. Absolutely.
Yeah. This is why feeding off of our negative energy.
Yeah, exactly. This is why they said to 2AKV with the prick in the soul. This is why I do the baptism stuff and the realm stuff, the baptism with the water. That's why we went on, and it's me, you, and the sister, we were going in on this when I did that other stuff with the baptism stuff, because again, when they're claiming the souls of the feet or the souls, and when they're pricking the feet, that's energy. So when they're doing this ritual stuff, this is why I talk about convocation so much. I don't know, that's something I've always done, because when they're trapping the souls here, that's what they're doing. I've got to talk how they do this system. I've not even touched it with the Black Saturn stuff. I've got to talk with the coffin. I've got some imagery that I have that I've not even got in on yet on some of the stuff that I've got, where we're talking about how they trap the souls in the realm. And this is what Noah was showing me with that stuff. And again, it's right, because everything they're doing is they're parasites. The Duracell battery, the sister, the Sophia Stewart shows in the Matrix, and Morpheus, that's represented the melanin, the copper. When it's got the Duracell battery, the copper, the melanin. When he's talking about the trap in the Matrix, that's what they're showing. That's what they're showing. They're showing how they're feeding off the souls in the realm. That's what they're showing in
exactly.
The Matrix. That's what Sophie Stewart's showing. That's sick for them. People don't watch the Matrix. She's showing, and that's when Neo. This is why when I break that, I was watching the third film when Neo's fighting. When Oracle says to him, the Smith, he's your opposite. The equation trying to balance itself out. You've got the positive and the negative. That's what they're going in on. So when Neo's fighting him at the end, and he says he drops some real science in there, and he says to him, he's looking at him and he says, "I've seen this. This is the end. I've seen this." Because remember, he takes Oracle's eyes when before he goes to fight Neo, and he says, "I've seen this. This is the end. I've seen this." And Neo says to him, I need to quote the quote because it's the most powerful thing. And he says, Mr. Anderson, and then he says to him, it says something about, it says, Mr. Anderson, this is the end, Mr. Anderson. And then he says, right at the end, he says to him, what did I thought? I said, and they says to him, Neo. He calls him by his real name. Is in obviously because I'm referring to the Sisters True AKB when I go back on this. And he says Neo, and then he says no, Smith, legal fiction, Smith, legal fiction. Says no, Smith, you're right? Because he calls him Neo. Remember by his first name. It's all to do with Sisters True AKB. If you break it down, you can see it. And then he puts his hand in Neo, and he turns him black. Because remember, obviously, he turns him black. And he obviously turns him, and then obviously the machine's gonna realize what's happened. The equation gets balanced out the hole, right? And then obviously he gets destroyed, right? At the end he gets destroyed, and then when when Neo's body leaves, when that girl comes back, Sati, when she comes back, and she goes, I drew this picture for Neo, right? And she draws the rape with the like the rainbow, but that's representing ascension, that's high consciousness. If you watch that film, when it gets the way Sophie Stewart brought that down, that sister, I'm telling you, that really goes in on what's happening in this realm. If you can really break that down,
absolutely.
That film when it goes, it kills it. It really kills it. You know, do Netflix on this film. That film goes in on this whole realm shit. It goes in on it.
Yeah, that's why it was so popular when the first one came out. That's why it was so popular, because our subconscious was telling us, I know this is truth. Yeah. But because we've been so doctrined, we didn't understand why, but now we get it. But real quick, DJ ZPE says, also you should know that we have the largest coal reserves in the world, meaning we have the most diamonds. So I'm going to ask the team, what does coals represent?
Black, the Saturn, it's the black, it's the cube. The
right,
is,
that
it's the black, it's the energy of the realm.
Right, that's symbolically, but from a technical perspective, coals are just the chunks from the trees.
Wood.
Yeah.
Coals are just the trunks from the trees. What are the diamonds?
Silica, compressed.
It's the roots. Remember in Avatar, and if y'all ever get in question, go back to Avatar and shout out to Elder Dr. Dilbert Blair. He was the first. Don't let nobody on this internet lie to you.
Exactly.
He was the first to say that Avatar was the story of planet Earth.
Yep.
He was the first to say it.
Yep.
And it makes sense too, because even they show it, they're traveling from a far world. It took them forever to get here. They were in their space.
Yeah. So anybody, all of y'all out there jacking that man's stuff, that came from Dr. Dilbert Blair. He said that years before y'all even mentioned it. And those of you that didn't listen to Dr. Dilbert Blair, you got it from me, which I told you where I got it from. It was from Dr. Dilbert Blair. And if you look at the movie Avatar, it shows you the ancient trees. Check.
Well, the whole story is about the ancient tree.
Exactly.
That is the
check.
Plot.
It shows you the giants. Check.
Yeah.
Check.
And the unobtainium underneath the root system.
Right. And when they walked on the ground, did not the ground light up?
When it was dark, the whole
thing. Exactly.
And that was the problem. Their technology did not interact with nature to the point where she had to tell them, take your technology away or nature won't work properly. So technically we're not operating in what nature should be.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not operating in the natural organic nature. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So diamonds are the part of that root system. Yeah. So all of that, diamonds, rubies, crystals, all of that are a part of the natural ley line root system.
And remember, diamond is made from cold compress. So it's a transmuted, it's not by itself. It came from the coal, just under pressure. From what they say. Yeah. From what they say.
What they say. But don't coal burn like wood?
Correct.
No, okay. I'm
just
saying.
But I'm saying put it under pressure now. Like, remember we're talking about this whole pressure story? How was the pressure and all that stuff? We don't really know what happened to make the diamond turn into diamond itself. It cannot. I don't know.
No, the diamonds were already there. Okay. I know that's what they tell us.
No, but I'm thinking of the not the gemstones, the quartz.
The quartz crystals.
Yeah, the crystal. I'm thinking more the quartz crystals to be the root system, and the diamonds is the effect of the war. Because you say the sand is the crystalline from the. Oh,
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I can get with that.
Right,
I'm
the
with
sand
you.
is initial trees that cut down.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They did whatever they did. Nephew. The pressure made the diamonds, so we can see the diamonds on the rock. But the coal was already there.
I'm with you. You got it right. They don't, because that ain't. They don't describe it like you described it. You're correct.
Thanks.
Sis Taneri said, "Why is the Ukraine war so important?" What's your take on that, Brother Odel?
Woo. Depends on where you want to come from, because my thing about any of these wars, obviously Putin. People don't realize what Putin, as we already covered on here, we've been on here. We know that these leaders are all parts of what's called the secret societies, Knights of Malta, Knights of John of Jerusalem, right. Which all puts Knights of Malta comes under the Psalm, which is basically an order. They work with the Jesuits of Rome. So all of these wars being put before you are all it's all fake. It's all fake. The wars are all fake. So the Ukraine issue, if you look at the thing about the Ukraine, it's them just putting another version of coronavirus in. It's more just trauma-based programming. It's not. People got so sick of Rona. Yeah, they got so sick of Rona. They have to put a new trauma-based program in.
A new trauma-based
So all these
program.
wars are all these. They're all these leaders. They're all fake. So that's the thing about anything that they're doing. Nothing happens by chance. It happens with purpose.
Exactly.
In regards to the Ukraine. That's why they're demonizing Putin. But I've shown pictures of Putin with Bush and
hugged all up.
They're all in the clubs. Yeah, all huddled all up. We've already exposed that. So we know that these leaders, anything they'll put before you, even Nelson Mandela's in that about, we'll cover that secret society stuff at some point. I've got it. We just haven't done it yet. But I agree.
All of them.
All of the leaders, all of these leaders sell their souls as part of the secret society to get to where they are. So that means that none of these wars are real. None of them.
All of them. This the point she's making. This war is about lithium.
Yeah, okay. That I wouldn't disagree with that.
We get you on that.
Resources. I'll say resources as a whole.
Yeah, resources. That's still energy of the realm, though.
It's still energy of the realm. Yeah, we with you on that, sis Neri. We can't even argue with you on that, sis.
I agree with that. Control of the realm.
Yeah, I'm not even fencing. We're not even fencing to sit up here and argue with you on that about lithium. Yeah. We can see that.
And Auntie, you guys are making us into like a lithium drug addict, because we don't. They're making these cars saying we need lithium, and then they're making gas ridiculously expensive, basically saying it's time for you to switch.
Yeah, because they're trying to force you to switch over to the electric cars.
Yeah, but why they're doing that though? Because you see, in an ideal situation, you'd never use lithium batteries because it's not the best way to do it. Alkaline's still there. Alkaline is still far more effective.
Lithium is uncontrollable. It explodes on its own. It's like
exactly.
It's not a good technology to even use. At this point, it's a joke.
Yeah, and From technology standpoint, this is a joke what they're doing.
Yeah, it's a joke, and it's very much so insulting, and it's not green.
Yeah, exactly. You use alkaline if you're going to use anything for batteries. Why are they using lithium batteries? Because again, it's to do with the energy of the realm. Because that works with the black sun.
Exactly.
That's why they're choosing lithium.
Exactly.
You wouldn't use alkaline.
No,
you wouldn't use lithium.
Brother Odel, what I want to get at is that we don't need batteries.
No, we don't. I agree with you.
We have the technology to tap into Mama Nature on our own frequency.
Exactly.
I agree.
Directly off a source. So the fact that they're giving us the batteries is them giving you another gas tank to put into your car, because you can literally put an antenna out on your car and tap into nature. They were doing that before the realm drop, before we got the reset.
That's how we're doing that. Yes, I agree.
We agree.
Whole mud flood, the whole. Yeah.
Yeah.
But from an energetic perspective, they're saying that they're using lithium. But if you're going to use anything, it's more effective in terms of, like you said, because you said lithium is quite dangerous. I agree with you. Using alkaline batteries will be far more safer than using lithium. So why they choose to use lithium? That's to do with the realm. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. Because you wouldn't use lithium as batteries. No. If you're going to use batteries for a proper perspective, you use alkaline, you use lithium. Because like I said, why use lithium with it being so dangerous? That was what I was agreeing with. You wouldn't use lithium, would you? You use alkaline, you wouldn't need to use lithium.
No, man, Brother Odel, what I'm getting at is that they don't need to use batteries at all.
No, he's agreeing with you. He's agreeing with you.
I know. I just wanted to say, like, the batteries is another crutch. No matter what, I'm trying to say, no matter what the makeup of it is, no matter the composition.
Yeah, I agree. I still agree with you, but
exactly,
it's worse to use lithium. But why did they choose lithium? Why did they choose lithium? Because it's more dangerous. Because it's
tied to that regular ass black sun.
That's what I'm going to get to that lithium point, because that's important.
Sister Neri,
that's the energy of the realm. So go ahead, sister.
Sorry. Sister Neri, she on her PhD program tonight also. She said it's like the so-called vibranium from the so-called land Wakanda. Yes, sus.
Go back, even Avatar is the same. This same element.
It's the same thing. I forgot what it was called in Avatar. Let me go on and give her explosion.
No, it was vibranium and unobtainium. Those are the two. Yeah. Vibranium and unobtainium.
The unobtainium, that's the name of the one in Avatar. Child, they make me want to scratch. They always try to be nickel ass slick.
No, but it's pushing it right in your face.
It is right in your face.
Gotta get that shit.
So, great catch, Sister Neri, and Sis Latifah said, right, it's a reset. Absolutely, with the switching from the gas to the lithium. But we right on y'all with y'all motherfucking bullshit.
Because we were tapped in before, then they switched it on to
we ain't consenting to none of it.
Fossil fuels. They're even lying to the babies, telling us it came from dinosaurs.
Exactly, with they lying asses.
Fossil fucking.
So again, just to recap, for those that may not understand what the hell we talking about, those electric cars are not green.
No,
it's not clean green energy. They are still digging into the earth, extracting toxins to make that lithium battery. It is not green.
And that battery can explode at any time.
At any time.
Yes.
You can't put a fire. You can't put it out. It has to just burn out. There's no fire extinguisher to put that out.
And to top it off, it's still low-level technology.
Yeah, it's primitive technology.
That part. It's not clean.
No.
Clean energy works off the natural ley lines of the planet and the atmosphere.
Yeah, you tap into Mama's frequency and she gives you everything you need.
Yep.
All right, y'all. I think we didn't gave them enough class tonight. That's too much. I know that's too much. So, Brother Odel, you got any last words for the family?
All of that, is that from last week's docs, I forgot to send them, but I have emailed you today.
Okay, I'll get it out to the fam. No worries.
Yeah, because I know Ricardo asked for them, but I'm sure I've emailed you today, so I've definitely done that.
Okay.
I just said the fact that we've gone on something completely relevant to what we've been talking about with this realm stuff. I'm glad we've got onto some of that, because it's been quite handy that we've exposed more of what's going on in this realm, and that's what we have to do. Because right now, that's what's this energy shift. Obviously, we spoke privately about the system. I showed some stuff that I know is definitely going in public. We're definitely fixing up to be part of something that's very unique at this particular time in the cosmos. And it's a great time to be here while we're watching this whole thing being pulled to pieces. We're going to see this whole thing implode. And what becomes of it once we leave on the other side, well, we're going to be able to make that transition. And those that can't, well, this is going to be fascinating. Because you see many people that X in the realm right now. We saw KS pass recently, even though I think that was a ritual, of course. But,
it was a ritual. It definitely was.
Yeah, absolutely. With that woman, but we'll leave that for now. But lots of people are exiting the stage right now, so it's interesting. Some people are being taken off the stage right now, exiting the stage, and that's not by chance; it's with purpose. So we're the ones that are here, that are putting in that real work. So it's going to be great to be here when we see all this see how this implodes itself, and we're going to watch the chaos ensue. But let's hold on to us. Let's hold on to the seats, baby. Let's hold on to the seats and watch the fire as it opens up.
Indeed. Thank you, Brother Odell. Let me give you your hand claps. We truly appreciate you. So if time permits next week, he'll come back in, do the drop that we was gonna do tonight. But y'all know how we move with the energy up in here. Let me put this video for y'all, fam. So thank you, brother. Nephew, New, why you have any last words for the fam? And fam, I'm finna post this vid again. I'm gonna pin it to the top.
In the link. So you guys can go back and watch that. I don't have, let's say, the source of that. I've been seeing that video around for a minute. I'm glad that we were able to express it today because I thought it was just bullshit for a minute. But then once Auntie brought in the realm stuff and we brought in the stuff from Brother Vibes of Cosmos, shit just made too much sense.
It makes too much sense. Vibes, is that you?
Right.
Vibes, drop. Blink, wink, something, put a symbol.
You know what I mean? And
let me know if that was you up in that video, breaking that down. Because, child, you're the only one I know that broke it down like that.
Yeah. But it shows how their control, their whatever they were doing, their hokey pokey is not working anymore. And, like, from a child, I've been told I was wrong. I've been told the way I look at things is off.
We all have.
Randomly, why you have random conversations like that? But I'm like, why are you so simple-minded?
Right.
I started to realize that those individuals were intentionally put in my sphere to keep me locked down. Because when I started calling them out, they got really sentimental. Like, oh, we've been friends forever. I'm like, no, bitch, but you've done me wrong. Like,
exactly.
Wrong?
Gonna tell me I'm motherfucking crazy just because you dumb. I'm crazy because you dumb. It don't work that way. Agreed. So let me give you your hand clap because you brought that. And so again, when you hear MFs out here talking about, the atmosphere is controlled and they got that from my nephew, goddammit. So y'all don't be jacking his stuff without giving him credit.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all ain't coming up with this stuff. I'm seeing y'all jack Brother Odell stuff.
Just want y'all to do right by your fucking self.
And we want the information to get out. Don't get us wrong, we do.
Yeah.
But it gets frustrating because not only are you giving credit, because see, you don't want to give credit because then your followers gonna come over here and be like, motherfucker, you didn't jack, your whole swag is from this channel.
Right.
We know why you do what you do.
It's all good.
That's on you because you're a follower, you're not a leader.
That's all right.
So I'm just going, because y'all pissed me off from jacking these people's book. That shit pissed me off. Because you've been doing it to me for years.
Yeah, we've been watching it.
Shit, but you're stealing asses. All right, nephew. So you broke that down.
And like I said, just shout out to the fam because, like I said, this is not on me. I'm doing this for the fam because, like I said, I could have kept this shit to myself, but I feel it's necessary that we take the time to break the stuff down so that the children don't have to live through this shit no more.
Exactly.
If I was able to break if my father had this information to break this down, life would have been so much better. But what I've realized, the elders, they made sacrifices so that they would have, let's say, a better life. They wouldn't have the stress of the system on their case. I'm the opposite. I want all that smoke. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your name is. You're not going to lie to the children anymore.
Exactly.
And I think that's what's important is that we need to tell the truth so that the babies don't grow up in this bullshit, because that's what's maintaining their facade. It's Christmas time. Oh, it's Easter time. Oh, we got to do this. We got to do that because they wrote it down on the date. No, tap in, do what we're supposed to do with mama, and everything else will be in place. We'll be where we're supposed to be. We'll have the conversation we're supposed to have, and we'll tap in. So with that, give thanks. Yeah,
nephew. Let me give you your salute again, because you showed up and showed out tonight. Excellent work. Excellent work.
Flexion, I love you.
Okay, Sis Sandra, now we need you to get up off that medication. All right. Because I'm going to get that switch to them legs again next week. That was funny as hell, though, because we went over that shit like 5 times. I was like, now what's the answer? Such and so. God damn it. Say it again. Say it again. What? You got any last words for the family?
Became a clear cushion on Tuesday, so it went to my brain. I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right. So, all right. I guess although I still got your legs this week. You got any last words for the family?
No, I haven't spoken too much. I think I'm already past my, pain threshold right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I haven't even heard the dog tonight, so.
I left him outside.
Okay, I know. He like, what the hell? I know it's Thursday, and I want to contribute to the conversation, and he could have gave you the answer. And you done left him on outside.
Your phone a friend. You left him outside.
Right. Let's give Sis Sandra her hand clap. So thank you, Sis Sandra. We hope you feel better, beloved.
I had to come and tell you about the symbols that young man had.
No, you brought it, and then if you said X22, and shout out to X22, I'm gonna have to go back and see why I'm not getting your videos. If you saw that Black Sun X22, great catch, beloved. Great, yeah. And it's this great catch on the 10. I know I was getting your legs with the switch on the meaning of the 10, but that's a great catch that you caught that was a 10 and it meant something.
But I'm so glad that people came with their answers too and knew why. Thank you so much. But I just had to come out of that medicine and just talk about that incident so our people won't emote about it and get all crazy and frenzied, because that's what they want.
Yeah.
Right. And when they put the symbols in there, fam, they're putting the symbols in that for their secret society partners to know that's a psyops.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why they're doing it. Literally, I can even sit back with even content creators and I'll see them throw up the secret society. I'll see them throw up the hand symbols. I'm like, oh, okay. I see you on the payroll too.
Even a senator said it was a false flag, and they got mad at her. And somebody else was losing their job security or something for saying it. They don't want them to say it out loud.
Yeah, they needed to run a little while.
And if that senator said that means that they're trying to cover their tracks and not have karma come back on them and put it out there. They had that senator put it out there because they knew most people ain't gonna believe it no way. But I done took and told y'all, just because you put the truth out there, that don't exclude you from karma, because ain't nobody told you to put the fucking lie out there in the first place. So don't think that you're finna out-slick Earth. You ain't finna out-slick it. You still finna get that work. So that's all they be doing. I'm gonna do my dirt, but then I'm gonna tell you the truth of me doing my dirt, but it ain't my problem that you don't believe me. No, you still gonna get that work. You ain't escaping that. I heard that, Sis Neri. I don't know why I can't bring my comments up no more. Karma skips you and hits your seed. Exactly. But you gonna get that motherfucking work. Ain't nobody playing with you. We know exactly what you're doing. We know how you're doing it. You ain't getting shit on us, baby.
This is gonna get out there, I'm sure. They don't know about this one tonight, what you guys talked about.
Yeah, shit, you already know. As y'all don't understand the behind the scenes fuckery that I be having. I already know that they know. And they know that I know that they know. And it don't fucking matter. I said what I said. I said what the fuck I said. And let me be clear. Shit. All right. So, with that said, fam, Nisi Poo. Oh, here go Nisi Poo's last words because she dropped off by mistake. The truth journey gets lonely sometimes. My daughter is the only one in my family interested in the information we all talk about. I am so thankful for her and y'all. We ain't crazy. Oh, Nisi Poo.
That's cool.
Yeah, we're thankful to you too and to Princess Asia. Oh my God, she's so sharp.
But I want to say this to Reflection. Reflection, we are crazy because in a crazy world where everyone's normal, we have to be crazy.
You do.
So we are crazy.
And I'm okay with that. I tell y'all that all the time. The crazy lady with the scarf. I'll be that all day long. And like Sis Neri said, I'll be a nerd. Yep, I'll be all that, goddammit.
Yeah, I'll be a nerd, geek.
Be with whatever the fuck you want to be. But I tell you what, I run circles around your ass.
And I ain't your fucking dusty ass either.
And you can't get up early enough to fool me, goddammit. You better lay down and rethink that shit. So, with that said, yes, it's very lonely, but it's necessary. And that's why when I talk about you have to be willing to stand on your own, that's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
You have to be comfortable with self and love self. Because there's some heavy shit.
You got to be able to stand in truth and not wary. Like,
exactly.
The freaking law, the truth is the truth, motherfucker.
Right. The truth is what it is.
Yeah.
And it don't give a damn whether or not anybody accepting it, what gang you affiliated with. The truth don't give a fuck about none of that.
Money you got, with your dick, none of that.
So, love yourself first. That's why we keep telling you it starts with self.
You love your flaws, because they're not really flaws to begin with.
Okay. So, we'll be back next week. I'm going to put out a podcast, probably 2, within the next couple days. It's been a tripped out week, so I didn't get to do it earlier this week. So we'll be back, fam. So again, I want to thank Brother Odel. Thank you, brother, so much. I know you're getting ready to start your day, so we appreciate you.
I am in about half an hour.
Okay, I know you're going to start your day, so we appreciate you. We love and respect you. Thanks so much. Thank you to the YouTube channel, Straight Up. Shout out to you, brother. Straight Up, y'all go over there and subscribe. Because Straight Up is telling the truth. I respect that. That man, you know what I'm saying? He don't have no motive but the truth. So shout out to Straight Up. Shout out to our brother Vibes of Cosmos. You know we love you, brother. Shout out to Brother G. You know I never get your name right. The G-O-D. How y'all spell the rest of him? G-O-D, whatever the case may be. Shout out to you, brother. And shout out to dude in that video that was breaking that down.
You mean Vibes of Cosmos?
Yeah, the Vibes, is that you? Blink, do something. Give us a hint in that video. Because that's only the second person that I've ever seen break that down the way he broke it down. Right. But anyhow, if that ain't Vibes, shout out to whoever that was in that video that was breaking that down. We appreciate you as well. And so, shout out to Nephew Nuwa, came in with that fire tonight. Truly, truly appreciate you. Shout out to Sis Sandra with the decoding on the psyops, on the Buffalo stuff. Son Scotty, I didn't give you your last words. What last words you got for the family?
Oh, I ain't even really have no last words. I'm just so like that. Like tonight was just so unexpected, and like the way that we cover every angle of this. So like the puzzle is being put together. You can't say that like, oh, well, this part ain't make sense. Like everything, like no matter what fucking distraction or fucking encoding they want to do, like we done broke it down, fucking pulled the veil down, like figured this shit out, broke it down. So like, I'm just very proud of everyone and what they contribute to this, because like it take a lot of energy to first of all recognize this shit. And like New I was saying, to be able to put it into words and like break it down, because like our minds is probably just like, oh yeah, I got it, I understand, I see what's going on. But to be able to like take that in and then like put it back out so that people can be like, oh, okay, that's why they doing that, and that's how that put together. And all right, you know, they begin to have that illusion fall away from their eyes. So, you know, thank you to everybody on the panel tonight for, you know, just bringing that fire, and just like, it just be blowing my mind when you think you can't uncover something else, and then just the sources. That's another thing. Shit to back this up. It ain't just like pulling this out of our asses, just like, oh yeah, you know, the sun is fake, and these people are responsible for doing this, and you know, there's contracts on your soul, and this is all about energy. So like, you know, we can't lay it out more plain and simple. And I'm just really glad that there's a source for, you know, this type of information, and it being like, you know, everybody has something to give, and
Absolutely.
Like, so no demographic is left out, you know. So yeah, I can't wait to come back next week. I'm sure everybody gonna have something to bring, especially Brother Odell.
Right.
Like,
we never know where it's gonna go. This like the second week in a row. We like, yeah, we gonna get to that. It is what it is, y'all. So let me give my son his hand claps. And you know, shout out to the chat. Like I told y'all, at a minimum, we got grad school. We got graduate students up in here. That's at minimum, okay? So shout out to the chat, DJ ZPE. I hope this not your first and last time, cause baby, you was bringing it. Sis Neri was on her PhD shit tonight. Now, sauce. I know you on that genealogy. Cause she a bad motherfucker on that genealogy. Go check her out. I'm not sure if you're still running the genealogy over on BCU University. They do it every Wednesday. You can be a part of the genealogy for free. I know Sis Neri was a part of that. She's part of the BCU family. I didn't know you was a true nerd like us, sis. You on that PhD shit. So shout out to Sis Neri. Shout out to Deep H2O. I see you in the house. Sis Kels was on her nerd shit too. Sis Kel be over at BCU too. I see us a lot of. Why y'all don't be telling me y'all the nerds from BCU? Shit, we be in there cutting up, and you motherfuckers nerds like me. Y'all better stand up and get your nerd on. So it's good to see you, Sis Kels. You was on your PhD ness tonight. So a lot of y'all in the chat. I couldn't catch it all. Copper colored. Sis, you was on your higher learning stuff tonight also. So shout out to the YouTube family chat. And shout out to the YouTube family that was listening to us as well. So we will be back, fam. Yeah, we low-key BCU nerds. That's why we be chopping motherfuckers up. Like, who the fuck you think you playing with? It hurts us when dumb people be trying to say we dumb.
Right.
See, that's what be making the gangster in me come out, and I'm not gangster, but that be making me want to whoop your ass. Cause I know you dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
But you gonna try, who you calling dumb? You can't be looking at me talking about I'm dumb, motherfucker.
How many resources do you want?
Because the level I got to stoop down to hear that bullshit spewing out of your mouth is straight up an insult.
Right.
And it just be killing me because, and especially the men, because you see, I surround myself with smart men. I don't fuck with a dumb man.
The boys.
Never have, never will. If you're not intelligent, I ain't got shit. We ain't got shit to talk about. I don't care how fine you look. None of that. I don't fuck with dumb men.
Intelligence.
I surround myself with intelligent men. So it's always some dumb motherfucking man calling himself gonna outlearn me. And that's when I tear your ass out the A-frame every time. No, nigga, you can't talk to me about the Anunnaki, Inky, Binky, Linky, and them, nigga. You don't know how to break the shit down properly. None of that. Bitch, come again. No, nigga, you can't talk to me about no motherfucking package or paperwork. I only know 3 men that can break that shit down and be on the level that I know it at. And nigga, you ain't one of them. And one of them is sitting here with me tonight. So go sit your dumb ass down. Don't come at me being disrespectful because I'm going to hurt your feelings. And I'm not even going to cuss you out like I'm cussing you out now. I'm going to embarrass you with that work because you going to get this work. It's insulting. No, don't come to me on no motherfucking history. I'm going to hurt your feelings on that too. So go on and sit your ass down somewhere. So yeah, that part. We hang with smart people.
Nerds.
Shit. Fuck out of here. So anyhow, with that said, we'll be back next week, fam. Wait, Sis Neri says she'll cuss you out. Child, only reason I cuss them out when you start getting ignorant, then I'm gonna cuss your ass out. But other than that, I'm just gonna embarrass you intellectually. And I'm gonna sit there and say, I wait when you getting cute. And everybody I say I wait to, and I say, okay, come back to me. And when you get the answer, ain't not near one of them motherfuckers came back to me yet. Yeah, that's what I thought. That part.
Yeah.
So with that said, fam, we are going to rock out. So we love you all very much, fam. Remember, you're all that you need. You have everything within you. Love yourself. Take care of yourself. Put yourself first. Get yourself whole and strong so you can be that beacon for your family. And you will gravitate towards like-minded people. You don't need a lot. You don't need a gang of motherfuckers to get done what you need to get done. You are a creator. You can make it happen.
Manifestation. So
we love you all, fam, very much. We will be back next week. So we're gonna rock out. So love you all. Peace and love, fam.
We love you.